Hello, hello, hello. Good evening. Good to be back with you guys. Welcome to episode 21. For those who are just joining, this is a little bit of a different place here than you might be used to. Actually, maybe now at this point you're probably already used to it. We take callers. We talk about serious stuff. I know not everybody's into it, but it's real. This is real stuff. This is not scripted. This is not discriminatory. This is not very specific ideologically. This is for people who want to hear how people talk, what people go through, and for good people who want to support other good people and just listen and not judge. Just listen, not judge. The point of this is to bring people together through challenging experiences. We're constantly experimenting with this format in hopes that it will be beneficial to people. And it's a beautiful thing, if I do say so myself. I have been promising we're going to do something a little goofier, a little sillier, something a little bit more normal for this channel for some time now. And we are going to do that tomorrow, Wednesday, the 18th, at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. I'm going to be prank calling your friends. So if you want to get in on that, if you want me to prank call your friends, you can email this email address with... I probably already have all the callers we're going to call at this point because we already got a bunch of good entries that I went through earlier. But if you have a good candidate for us to prank tomorrow, we'll be doing pranks for about an hour, prank calls. We're going to be messing with people, and I'm going to go all out. So it's going to be fun. Tomorrow's your chance to watch a 34-year-old with 3 kids prank call a bunch of people like a regular juvenile. Should be pretty entertaining. And I'm a pretty good prank caller, if I do say so myself. I'm talking a big game. But you can email this email address. Please, if you're gonna send me somebody to prank, don't just send a phone number or a name. Please send some information we can use to make it a good prank call, like the person's name, some names of their friends, or your name. Give us some ammo so we can have a funny prank call. Tell us maybe we had a few people email in saying like people are getting married, and they included details about the people's wedding event, so that I can call. We're gonna have some fun. It's gonna be a good time. All of you guys who've been saying what's this anonymous live stuff about tomorrow, you're gonna get what you wanted. So here's your chance to get in on that. It won't be the last funny live stream we do. I am planning some more fun stuff. I do fully realize what this looks like. I get a lot of messages from people being like, "What's going on?" Like, yeah, I grew up on your weird videos, and and you're gone for a long time, and then you come back and you're just doing all this. I think people worried I'm depressed or something like that. I think they worry I'm depressed. That is, tomorrow is the beginning of some new fun stuff. I couldn't, with the things, with the state of the world and with the things that I've gone through, I couldn't just come back and do more silly videos right out of the gate. I wanted to do something that contributed to the greater good. I wanted to do something that I felt would be highlighting a side of humanity that most people don't get to see, because this is not popular. I'm not doing this because I think it's going to be popular. I'm doing this anonymous stream because it's unpopular. So I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe I'm just a weirdo. But tomorrow we're going to be a little less weird, or a little more weird, depending on how weird you are. So with that, we are going to open up these phone lines. Let's see here. How do I do that, actually? I got a little carried away there talking about prank calls. Now I got to do real stuff. Okay, here's a 1-800 number. It's on the screen now. We're going to open up these phone lines. Get your phones ready. And we will take first caller, randomly selected. Hi, thanks for calling.
Oh wow, first try, man. Awesome.
First try?
That's crazy. So I've been watching I've been watching you since, back in the Mulk days, man. I mean, I love your videos, and so I've I've really looked forward to being able to speak with you. Essentially, what I'm struggling with currently in my life is that, like, I have these massive self-esteem issues, and it seems that, like, no matter where I try in my life to work on them, that I can't seem to get past the fact that I never feel good enough about myself. And that's weighed on me since I was like a child. And so I guess more than anything, like, I just haven't opened up to anybody about it entirely and openly and honestly, and this is like an opportunity for me to do that.
Oh, yeah. Never told anybody about this, huh? Is,
Well, I mean, I've told, in brief moments, I've kind of like brought it up about how, like, oh yeah, I hate myself. I feel like a piece of shit. I'm a failure type stuff. But like, I don't really ever go into like depth with it with anybody because I feel like it's just such a complicated thought process for me that nobody's gonna want to deal with it.
all right, so let's go deep with it since that's what you're saying you're wanting. What do you hate about yourself?
Well, man,
No judgment.
I just hate I hate hurting people, and I mean, obviously I can't just get rid of that. Um, but I feel like I just make these back steps and mistakes all the time, and that I can never feel proud of myself. And I think that mostly derives from like the way I was raised as a child. I feel like more than anything, my parents my parents tried their best to love me, but just never could quite get there to the point where I felt like I was being parented. Um, and any time that we got in trouble as children, it was immediately being berated and yelled at and like screamed at, and all I ever wanted to do for my parents was just make them proud, because I felt like all I was ever doing was just letting everybody down, and it's just stuck with me. I'm 21 years old at this point in my life, and I know that's young, but I feel like by this point in my life, I should have made some progress in that arena and been able to feel better about myself. And I mean, over these last 2 years, I got out of a toxic relationship 2 years ago, and over these last 2 years, I've made the most effort in it. And still to this day, I get these. I mean, I'm on antidepressants, anti-anxieties, and anti-insomnia, and I still get these like horrible, like intrusive thoughts that I'm just never going to be good enough and I'll never be successful enough. And it's even for myself too. Like, it's not just about making my parents happy. It's me. I can never be proud of myself no matter how hard I try. And I don't want to live like this the rest of my life, man.
Yeah, I hear that. Was it your mom? Was it your mom or your dad that was?
Both of them.
Both of them. And what would you say? They were neglectful, or just not available, or abusive, or all of the above, or?
Well, I'd say, yeah, maybe kind of all of the above. And my dad never fucking once talked to me about my emotions. Neither of them ever taught me how to take care of myself and like clean myself and shave or take care of my hair. You know, all they taught me was like put on clothes, dude. And and my mom was on a bunch of drugs, and when I was really young, until I was 5 years old, and that had a big effect on me, especially because those formative years not being able to see my mother.
Right.
And then my dad was just always a hard ass, just always no emotion whatsoever. And my dad was a fucking drunk, and so was my mom. So they were constantly they were drunk all the time. And I mean, it went from like being screamed at to getting hit with a belt to having shit thrown at me to sleeping on a patio to sleeping on wood to just like I mean, they would scream in my face and berate me for the tiniest thing. Like, my mom is up at 2 a.m. on a school night, drinking, partying with her friends, and I'm 9 years old. I throw a shoe at the door while I'm in my room trying to sleep, and she comes in screaming, you know, and it's like so scary and confusing for me to deal with those emotions, because I just want to make my mother happy, but she's pissing me off. You know, she's supposed to be the one that's making me happy. And my dad just never wants to talk about emotions, never wants to talk. He, to this day, doesn't communicate with me. I have to force communication on him.
I see. So how was your parents' marriage, would you say? Did they love each other in a real way, or was it they were just
But
getting by
they're,
together, or?
they were divorced since I could remember.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
And so that obviously just added a whole other layer to it, you know, constantly having to switch houses back and forth every like week, 2 weeks,
Right.
you know, and it just then like hating each other the whole time as a child, you know. And I mean, I guess more than anything, like I don't want to hate myself because my parents were fucking assholes when I was a kid.
Right. I hear the pain in your voice. That is um, making me feel so many different things. I'm thinking of a number of books I'd like to recommend, but I want to hear more about your story so I don't send you down a bad path, because reading a book is a big deal. Um, you know, we don't always get to the bottom of why our parents are unavailable to us, or neglectful, or abusive. Sounds like you were abused. Is that right? I mean, not just verbally, but physically?
I would say that for sure. Absolutely, I'm traumatized, and yeah, I mean, I would call it abuse for sure. Like like I said, I'd get like shit thrown at me all the time, or like I'd be pushed into the walls, or uh, kind of like I said, I was like forced to like build a brick patio and then sleep on it. And then at one point, I was forced to take my bed out of the slats that it stood on and sleep on it. Uh, I was so scared to pee in the middle of the night because if my parents woke up, that they would just yell and berate me. So I pissed in my closet when I was a kid, and ended up like as soon as they found out, instead of being like, "Why the hell are you doing this?" They just fucking they just took all my stuffed animals away. Most important shit to me. That's like all I had when I was young. I
Right.
don't know, man. Sorry, you know, I got some nerves right now,
No,
obviously.
don't be sorry. That's what this is for. You're using this the right way. I'm happy to listen. No judgment. Peeing in an call it an unauthorized place is not something to be ashamed of. Animals do that. And I'm not calling you an animal, to be clear, but animals do that when they feel they have no sense of control, when they feel like they have no other sense of control, when they feel that that's the only thing they can control. It sounds like your situation is very complicated. That you mentioned your parents were controlling. You mentioned they were abusive. They were neglectful. They were unavailable. They were drug users and alcohol abusers. And it sounds like their marriage was dysfunctional. So, I'm I'm saying all of this from a place of trying to help you feel better. That like I hear in your story that you had no control. You had no. You didn't even feel safe. You didn't know when you were safe. You didn't know what was safe, and so I imagine, I don't know if you can remember the incident with peeing in your closet, but I imagine that seemed like a place that maybe no one would find it or something.
Yeah.
Which is understandable. And I'm just so sorry to hear your story. That's intense. I do want to mention one book right now, and then we can keep talking if you want. I don't want to wear you out, since this has taken a lot from you, but there's one book that keeps coming to my head. It's this book by Lindsay Gibson, a PhD. It's called Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents. Have you heard of this book?
I've not heard of this book, but it sounds like it would be perfect for me, man.
It's the one book I'm thinking of that I think would be the safest thing to recommend. Of course, there's nothing unsafe about reading a book. It's just like I don't want you to go buy a book and it not be relevant. I'm gonna put this
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this in the chat for you so you can go back later and find it.
Yeah, I actually just got the video saved to a playlist too, so I can rewatch.
Okay, great. I'm typing this into the chat for you. Oh boy, where did it go? Here it is. I want to, before we go any further, just explore a little bit about this self-hatred that you're feeling and how you feel this practically manifests today. Like, do you still feel like you have no control in your life? Has that carried on into your 20s?
I mean, I would say, in a way, I feel like that. It's kind of more to the extent of like, I don't like the capitalistic society that I live in here in America. Like I can't stand that success is basically all that drives what being worth anything is. Like as far as society is concerned, at least. But then again, I try to remember to tell myself like society is all in my head. Like there's no, like there is a society, but like I can't generalize people. I try to remember that.
Right.
But
well, society.
I'd say that that's probably the only way that I feel that.
Well, society is not in your head. Society is a very real series of agreements that billions of humans have made in order to prevent us from being hunter-gatherers. It's not in your head. And, I want to challenge you that I'm very aware that it's very popular today to shit all over capitalism. But I would ask you, which system do you think you'd prefer?
Man, I don't really have a preference. I just don't want to live in this one. Like, I want to live freely and naturally. I want to have a fucking cabin in the woods and farm for my own food and just, like, take care of some animals and create, do woodworking and, art and make music. That's what I want to do. And I don't want anybody telling me why or why not I should be doing it.
Mm-hmm. And to be very clear, there's no judgment here. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just... I'm trying to... You're 21. I've been 21 before. It was many years ago. Dating myself. I'll be 35 this week. I'm familiar with these places. I'm trying to help you potentially... I'm just trying to help. I'm not trying to argue with you or be right, but I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help you think through this in a way that maybe you're not. I'm saying maybe because I don't know. And maybe you have thought through all this stuff. But when you say you want to live in a cabin in the woods, I would say you can still do that now. There's nothing stopping you from doing that now, unless it's like finances or something. You can still be a capitalist living in a cabin in the woods. I mean, capitalism is not. I guess my main point is that capitalism is not. I know capitalism is taking a lot of heat right now, but capitalism is not a system that
it's not really that necessarily that I'm against it. Like I understand its value and place in the world, but it's not for me, Like it does not fuse well with my personality type, and just like I feel like I'm in shackles in America, and It's mostly like you said because financially, and right. I can't lie. Up until this point in my life, I've struggled holding a job. The longest I held a job was 6 months. And, like, that sucks. Right. It's horrible. I've been homeless. I was for a couple of years. And it's it's really hard to feel like I'm worth anything, especially like in a societal sense, not just like in that like self-esteem sense, like what, but it obviously, yeah, self-esteem, but like it's kind of hard to feel like I'm good for anything when I just have such a hard time maintaining a job.
Right.
It's like my motivation to go to work is always so low. I mean, I've been at this current job that I have for 4.5 months, and I actually really enjoy it. I'm doing pretty good, but I
Good.
still miss like probably 2 total weeks, and I've only had it for like this 4 months.
Right. Well, I'm trying to go very slow and be very careful, but my point my point about capitalism is only that capitalism is simple. It's not the belief that um, the most successful people are the most important, or however you put it earlier. Capitalism is the belief that markets, specifically free markets, are the best solution to the world's problems. Being that you mentioned you want to live in a cabin in the woods and be a woodworker. Assuming you want to live in a civilization and do that at the same time, because like who would you be doing that woodworking for if you're living completely independently? That assumes if you want to live in a cabin in the woods and do woodworking, that assumes that you want to be able to have that woodworking have some value on the open market. So my point is that capitalism is simply the idea that the world has problems, and the best solution to those problems is not a communistic approach or not some dictatorship approach. The best solution is that people like you and I can come up with good ideas to solve those problems, and we don't need to be overly regulated. And of course, like I'm empathizing with you that we do live in a world right now that has way too many issues with regulation, and regulation happens very slowly. And I think these are the things you're getting at. I agree with you on that stuff. I think that's right. And I'm not trying to get political. I'm just saying that it's on behalf of this beautiful free world we have, that I realize capitalism is not very popular right now, and that a lot of younger kids are not really getting the utility of it or the value of it. But
Well, I'm not like very politically inclined either, man. Like I might be using the word wrong, honestly.
right. But I hear your story. You're saying you were living on the streets. You're struggling to hold down work, and you're trying to figure out how to apply yourself. So I went into all that exposition to ask you a simple question. The question is, what kind of problems do you want to solve? What do you like to do? You mentioned woodworking. What else?
Um, So, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm extremely like, well, I'm not. I didn't say I'm extremely, but I am extremely musically inclined. I love music. I love to make music. I write raps. I mean, I even have a song that I that I wrote about my ex, but I don't think I need to get into that. But there's that, and like I said, like art. I just want to create, and I want to be free. And like you had said earlier, like I might want it to have value on the open market. I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't fucking care. I just want to create beautiful things, and if somebody appreciates them, then so be it. Because I I want to create because creation, I believe, is like one of my main purposes. And with my music, it's like I could live in a cabin in the woods and make music and release it to the world, and that could be my art that has value to the world, and other people can relate to it or listen to it or something. And I don't even have to make money off of it. I can just do it. You just put it out there, and that's all I want to do, man. I just want to. I feel that my purpose on this earth is to spread love, um, and that's really bare bones when it comes down to it. That's honestly what I feel. Like
Mm-hmm.
maybe that's why I feel so shitty about myself, is because like I never felt that love, and I know what it feels like to not have that love. So like I deprioritized myself and started to take care of other people, and that's really it. My whole life, all that I've ever given a shit about is uh, making sure that those around me feel loved. And now, only in these last 2 years, did I really start to prioritize myself. And even so, to this day, I'm still struggling with these issues.
Right. I hear that. I want to be very careful as I continue to poke around a little bit, because again, I think there's still more conversation to be had here. You're saying a lot of things that I think are spot on. Loving people is incredibly important. It's one of the most important things in life. At the same time, in my opinion, since you're calling in here talking to me, I'll offer this, that I believe the Beatles were totally wrong when they said all you need is love. I think that's complete bullshit and just this completely privileged perspective of the 60s and, post World War II hippie mentality and all you need. It's like, yeah, that's bullshit. You need a lot more than love, because
you need to actually do shit.
And the reason, this is where I'm going to start arguing with you a little bit. The reason that's true is because we need things to be valuable. We need to know what things are worth in order to survive. Otherwise, how do you survive? I mean, we survive with money. Things are worth money. Everything has a value attributed to it. If you don't know what your woodworking is worth, or what you can sell it for, if you don't know what a piece of art you've made is worth or what you can sell it for, what good is it? If one person loves it, that's not enough to survive on. Survival is just as important as love, is my point. And we don't live in a foraging, hunter-gathering society. We live in a place where things are worth things, and people solve problems with free markets by selling goods and services. And these things are worth certain things. And the point of art is to solve problems. We had somebody call in about a week ago, an artist trying to find some inspiration with their art, and we were talking about Banksy. And I was saying that Banksy solves problems. He's a problem solver. He solves problems with his art. He finds a problem. He makes a piece of art to solve a problem. And then he goes and illegally paints it somewhere, and it solves such a problem, or it's so thought-provoking that nobody takes it down, even though it's illegal,
I have seen that guy. Yeah, he's great.
What he does is illegal. It's against the law, and yet nobody takes it down because it is such a valuable thing that he does. It's worth something, and people pay money for his illegal art, and they hang it up. They'll get prints and hang it up in their houses. People celebrate it. I'm not arguing with you to be right or to say you're wrong. I'm trying to, I guess, very delicately figure out what it is that you hate, because your story is really complicated. You're not just dealing with this. It's not. I'm getting very clear that you're not an anarchist. You're not a nihilist. You're inside. You're a kid that was treated really unfairly by your parents, and they were sounds like
human, man.
Yeah, you're a human, and you didn't. When we're kids, we're so fragile. It's like a plant. A plant needs so much more when it's in its first few months of life than it does, like these plants behind me, like the big one over here. Sometimes I go like maybe a little too long without watering it, but it's not that one that worries me. It's that one that worries me, and then like the littler ones worry me if I don't give them what they need. And the point is that you don't sound like your parents were there for you in all the ways you needed when you were a kid. And I hear that theme in every point you're making, which are good points. You're making good points, and I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not trying to be right. I'm just saying that I believe there is something that you could be passionate about pursuing that is worth a very specific dollar amount that you would be okay with putting a price tag on, and it would actually bring you some sense of personal value in pursuing that. I believe that, and I'm trying to spitball with you a little bit about maybe what that could be. I don't know you.
I understand that. I understand that validation. But I think that my peace is more important to me than anything else. And that's really like the one thing I haven't had, and I'm not gonna feel peaceful if I have to work for money to live in a house that I don't want to live in, or making money for some guy that I don't know. He's making way more money than me, paying somebody who's making way more money than me, and I just want to. Oh, I did want to just side note. You don't have to be gentle with me, man. I'm very much. I'm a very honest guy myself. So I know how, you don't need to beat around the bush.
No, I'm not gentle because I'm sensing you're a volatile individual. I'm gentle. It's just my philosophy. So Ben Redman from the chat said something that I am going to argue with on your behalf. He says to you, not to be rude, but I feel he says not to be rude, but this guy I feel as though this guy needs to take more responsibility for his life. I'm hearing him blame everything on and everyone else, and he needs to stop being the victim. Ben Redman, I would say to you, it doesn't sound like you understand what it's like to grow up in a house with neglectful parents, truly neglectful, abusive parents. It doesn't sound like you know what it's like to have no control over that kind of environment to the point where you might feel the need to pee somewhere else than a toilet. These are things that people go through. And my friend here on the phone is not a victim, so I'm standing up for him. He has gone through some very hard shit. He said he was homeless for 2 years. Not a lot of people know what that's like. So I want you on the phone with me to disregard that comment and comments like that, because those are not constructive, and that's not what you need to hear. What you need to hear... Go ahead.
I understand the point that he's trying to make, and I was going to kind of bring it up in myself. It's just, I wouldn't say that I'm like avoiding responsibility. Don't get me wrong, dude. I did that for a while. I did that for a long time. And, it took me a long time to get to this point. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, dude. But as far as it goes for me growing up in my parents' house, I'm not going to take responsibility for that, dude. I'm sorry, Ben Redman,
you can't.
but no.
You shouldn't.
Like, that's my parents' fault.
Right.
And so, as far as that's concerned, I was in my parents' house until I was homeless. And why did I get kicked out? Well, I didn't bring that up, Ben, but I did a shitload of drugs. I was on 76 Benadryl the night that I got kicked out. I was running around the neighborhood half naked with a baseball bat in my hand, freaking out. And I've accepted that. I know that it was my fault. But that's why I became homeless. So it was from my parents to being homeless. And then, stopped being homeless, but only because my dad finally felt bad enough for me to let me back in his house.
Right.
And that was after I went to Wyoming to try to avoid this toxic relationship that I'd just been homeless for the entirety of. And then I moved out to Wyoming, and I was chronically malnourished while I was there. I was running 6 miles to work there and back every day. And while I was chronically malnourished, and it was so hard. I was losing my mind. I could barely budget my money because I still wanted to smoke weed. So I'd go and buy Delta 8, which is legal in Wyoming, all the time there. And
no more locations, please. I'm going to assume. No, I'm going to interrupt, and I'm going to assume.
Sorry.
I'm going to assume you don't still live there. Please don't correct me if I'm.
I do not.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no more locations, please.
Okay, I gotcha. So when I lived in the other state, I would go and do that, and I was having to spend like $660 on this motel every month. And I lived in that motel for only like 2.5 months before I came back to Boise. I'm sorry.
Did you just say a location?
Huh?
Did you just say where you live?
Well, I said the place that I used to live.
You don't live there anymore?
No, it was a temporary living situation.
Okay, please. I know you're unpacking a lot. But let's just slow it down a little bit.
I understand,
I'm glad to hear you don't live there anymore. But let's watch the locations. It's for your benefit in case you don't ever want this to be on the internet again in the future, and it's also for the benefit of everybody else in the chat to know that I'll be this rigorous with anybody else. So
I do understand.
But we've been on the phone for about 30 minutes. Your situation is so intense. Because you don't still live there, I'm going to let this one slide. And I don't want to toast you. And we've been talking for 30 minutes. So if the chat's okay with me carrying on, I'll carry on with you. I'm going to give it 3 seconds to see what the chat says. I'm okay with it if they are.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I don't think anybody wants to hear you get toasted. I bet they'll be okay with it. In fact, let's just carry on.
You're probably right. I probably do need to slow down a little bit.
But you're unpacking a lot. It's okay. They're all saying we should go ahead. So let's just keep going. You were doing Delta 8 because it was legal where you lived, and carry on.
So legal where I lived at the time, and so on top of spending that $660 every month to live there, and barely having enough money after that to budget out for like my food and my hygiene and all that. It was just one of the most stressful experiences I had. I was trying to get away from, like I said, from that toxic relationship, and then it just, seemed to make me have even less self-esteem, because I felt like I was just like proving to myself that I couldn't do it in America, And that was, I think, one of those things that in the last couple of years really reinforced that feeling of like, I'm never going to be good enough, because that hurts, man. That hurts really bad. Like I went out and I gave it the old college try, man, and I was really like prepared to take myself on, and I was ready for the hard shit, and I failed.
Right. College.
And it's like, I'm supposed to be able to do this independently. Why am I not able to do this? And I guess, yeah, the job is a big part of it too. Like holding down a job, like it is a big priority in America, in any society really, to hold a job. And that's what really gets me, man, is I have so many struggles with it. And I hear people kind of wondering if I have diagnoses or not. I have major depressive disorder. I have Asperger's. I have a mood disorder. I have ADHD in the inattentive and hyperactive type.
Oh, wow.
And obviously, like crap load of anxiety. So that's all I got. So just so everyone's aware. But yeah, man, I mean,
what did you study in college? Can you remind me? I believe you told me earlier. I didn't take note of it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't go to college.
Oh, I thought you said you went to. I thought you just said you went to college and you gave it that try, and then it didn't help.
Oh, I just was using a phrase, the old college try. Sorry.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, so here's where my head goes when I'm hearing you talk. We are probably the biggest guinea pigs of all time of technology, because technology is advancing at this crazy rate, crazier than ever. The acceleration rate of technology, it's actually kind of uncanny. It's very similar to the if you look at the population growth chart on the heels of the Industrial Revolution, like the global population. This might get dense. I'll go back to the beginning. In the beginning, that was a joke. Where's my soundboard? That's supposed to be a little lighthearted. Yeah, that's a great joke. I'm going to start at the beginning. Yeah, so if you look at the curve of the population growth after the Industrial Revolution, it's like, I'm not sure if you're seeing me right now, but it goes. It's like it's almost you can't see it. Like there's virtually no no measurable population, because we don't have any records. But then it just starts slowly going up, and then after the Industrial Revolution, it's like it just goes straight up. And the acceleration rate of technology right now, it almost looks like a mirror image of that. Like there's all these studies done on just like how quickly AI is learning, and automation is getting more advanced, and computers are getting smaller, and we got cameras in our pockets, and it's just crazy. We got the whole world in our pockets, and we are not prepared with regulations. We're not prepared with there's a lot of old people in offices that don't know which questions they ought to ask. Corporations, heads of corporations. This stuff is going to take some serious time to level out. Yeah, in my opinion, it doesn't mean America's broken. It doesn't mean the world is ending. We had a caller call the other night thinking the world was going to end, because it's a really rough
was
time.
there for that one.
Yeah, we're in a really rough time. Yeah, it doesn't mean the world has to end. It's never been the end of the world yet. We're going through some really innovative, dangerous times, but we're not in the most dangerous times. Like, there have been way worse people alive in history than today. There's some weirdos alive today for sure. I'm thinking of a few I won't name because they're in the stream. There's another great joke. But there's some people alive today that are really scary, frankly. But people, again, this comes back to what makes America great. Sorry, I just said mag. This is not about Trump. I'm just to be very clear. I'm just saying what makes America objectively great is that we believe you can solve problems with free markets. And that's why, that's what people do. That's what makes people great, is, aside from animals, is that animals don't have cognitive ability. They can't solve problems. They don't even know what a problem is. Some of them can use tools, rudimentary tools, but they can't make them, and they can't figure out why they would need one. That's what people do. People solve problems. And so it's going to take time. Like what you're talking about is a very real problem. And I'm not saying that your experience is invalid. It's completely valid. But I'm wondering if, with all you've been through in life, I mean, you had neglectful parents, controlling parents, you've had a hard time holding down work. Again, I believe that's because technology is making a lot of jobs obsolete. And these things are going to take time to level out in a way that is constructive for people, that we can work with the technology instead of working against it. Because in a lot of the markets, we're working against the technology because the technology is taking a lot of jobs. But I'm wondering if, with all this stuff in mind, your difficult childhood, the fact that you were homeless, the fact that you mentioned a bunch of disorders you're dealing with, like ADHD, and I believe you said autism. I wonder if, despite all these things, you have it in you somewhere to hold on and try to find one thing that you could get through this difficult season of time, even if it lasts eight more years, even if it lasts 8 to 10 more years of being kind of rocky. You have it in you to dig deep and find something, again, even if it's really rocky for a while, to apply yourself in ways that will give you resources you need to survive. Because again, we need those resources. We don't, not all we need is love, to take it back to the Beatles thing. We need a lot more than love. We actually need to survive. And how do we do that? We do that by basically just by working in ways that are productive. And I wonder if you have any sense of direction on what that would look like, or if you even have that motivation in you with all you've been through. And it's an honest question. I'm wondering how you feel when I ask that.
I mean, if you want to be completely honest, man, it's in these last, 4 months with this job, I can't lie, it's been helping. This job I feel like I'm going to keep. It's a tech job where I fix a bunch of electronics, and I've loved video games since I was a kid, and I've always wanted to know how to open up my Xbox, take it apart, and re-put it back together. So, I mean, I had a bunch of interest in it when I was young. So I really do have a lot of hope. Just electronics, basically learning how to take apart, understanding them. I wanted to do computer code when I was younger, but maybe later, maybe soon.
That'd be a great thing to get into. Then you're controlling the robots. Be a great thing to get into. Easy Cheesy from the chat says, the paradox of our time is that we live in the safest era of human existence, but also have access to the most horrific stories 24/7. I think that's right. And I would add to that I think it's completely right. And I would add that not only do we live in the safest time, but we live in the most convenient time. We have 100 years ago, there was no air conditioning. People, civilians today live better than kings used to live. And yet we're so uncomfortable with our relationships and with our daily lives, with ourselves, because a lot of us, again, had neglectful parents. And, you're not alone in having parents that were the way they were. A lot of kids, not the majority, but a significant minority of kids grew up in homes like that. And I believe that is the case because a lot of our parents grew up in some also very strange times. And it's unfortunate. But again, that's why I asked, do you have it in you? Because a lot of ways, the best we can do in today is to roll up our sleeves and then say, you know what, I can't control my environment. I can't control what I grew up in. I can't control these times. But what's the best? What's the best I can do here? What are the best problems I can solve? And which of these problems are the most interesting ones I could solve? And I'm glad to hear that you do. I'm glad to hear you say you have some hope. That gives me hope because you've been through a lot, and I honestly didn't know how you were going to answer that.
No, man, I appreciate it. And like I said, I'm not a beat around the bush type of guy. Like, because of my autism, bro, it's like literally impossible for me to lie. So, I mean, I will, whatever you ask me, I'll totally answer you honestly. But, yeah, I mean, I can't lie. These last few months have been a calm in the storm for sure. I got this job and started antidepressants, and those were really hard for like a couple of weeks. But now my mood is a lot more stable than it used to be, which is honestly one of the biggest helps.
Good.
Going up and down and being manic all day, feeling like I'm a piece of shit, and then feeling like I'm
Right.
the best fucking dude in the world. Yeah, it just was never good for me.
Right.
And I also recently got a girlfriend. She's an ex of mine, and we were estranged for years, but I always felt like I mistreated her in that relationship. I thought about her all the time. And now, like, my dream girl is my girlfriend. So
wow.
There are a couple of things in my life right now that are really good for that mood, at least. I wouldn't say necessarily that my self-esteem is going to improve. Obviously, if I have a girlfriend to validate me all the time, then yeah, it's going to help. But ultimately, in the end, I have to pull up the bootstraps and figure it out. I gotta find a way to legitimately love myself.
Right.
And that's where the struggle comes in, because some days I do feel like it, but by the end of the day, I've gone through 2 or 3 spurts of like, don't get so full of yourself, dude. You're not hot shit, blah blah blah, and I don't know, man. I want to have I've said it for a long time. I just want to have like a solid year. And obviously that's a lot to ask for, but if I could at this point at least just get a solid day, if I could just get a solid full day where I am just happy, God, that would kill.
Well, let's get practical. What are 4 small things that would take you from anywhere from 5 minutes to 30 minutes that you could put in your calendar to do tomorrow throughout the day, and plan them in such a way where you do them after some obligations? So again, the question is, what are a few small things that don't take too much time that you could pencil into your day tomorrow to reward yourself after doing something that's work or something that you have to do, that's something that's ultimately good for you but not fun? What do you think those things would be if you had 3 or 4 things?
Well, I've thought about it a lot. I would meditate and pray. Obviously, those are 2 very important things for me. I pray very often. I've accepted the Lord in my heart this last year, which has been a good help. And I'm just going to count those as one. And I would write in my notebook, honestly, to myself about my feelings. And then I would go into the mirror, look at myself, and tell myself that I'm going to love myself today, and I'm worth it, and I have value.
Okay, I was expecting some like junk food or those are three solid things. I'm so impressed. So yeah, that's great. I mean, what would be your what would I mean, obviously like I'm not a big junk food person either. I was just being silly. But like what's one thing? I think those three things would be amazing to do. I mean, you're way more advanced you're further along than I thought you were. So I'm now wondering like, is there a game you like to play? Or I'm trying to think like something really just brainless and fun that you can like maybe save for the end of the day after everything's done. What's one thing you can do tomorrow night after you do those first three things? So it's like a game. What do you like playing a game? Or is there a TV show or a movie you like? Or a friend you like hanging out with? Or I don't know.
I mean, I love playing games. I mean, as far as it goes for friends, that's kind of iffy. It's 50-50 chance. Um, but obviously, I mean, I beat all the Souls games except for Sekiro. That game's hard, but I love Elden Ring. And but it seems to me that even to this day, like, well, not to this day, it hasn't been happening for a long time. It used to happen a little bit in the past couple of years, but it seems like lately I'm losing a lot of my interest in even my favorite games and media. Like, I was gonna watch Naruto before I played Elden Ring, and then I lost interest in it this tonight. And then I was gonna play Elden Ring, I was like, I'm not gonna do it. And then you got live, and I was like, all right.
Okay. Well, what about do you have a game like there's a I totally get you. I'm not a gamer, but I do have some very simple games that I like to play with friends of mine that are really not games. It's just like something mindless for us to do while we're talking and catching up. Do you have a friend that you like catching up with that you could do some kind of simple game with? I'm trying to think of like, I mean, like I think it's really great that you have some direction on some really practical things that would be constructive to your mental health long term, like journaling and meditation and prayer and um, um self love in the mirror. Like that's great. But I'm wondering what's something you can do to really treat yourself at the end of tomorrow. You said you want to have if you could have one really good day. So I'm trying to figure out what would that really good day look like. And I think it'd be great if you could have something really mindlessly enjoyable to reward yourself with after everything's done before you go to bed. And I'm wondering if you have anything
You
like
know,
that.
what comes to my mind when you say that, um, is producing a beat.
There you go.
Um, that would probably be it for me because uh, I would be able to create something and the entire vibe of it, and I have especially particularly been reconnecting with the side of myself that is recently particularly been reconnecting with the side of myself that is more relaxed, and that's when it comes down to me, that's who I am as a person. I just want to relax. I want to vibe out. I want to just feel calm, basically. And I make a lot of effort for that to happen in my life, and especially just today I realized, like, wow, I've been listening to a lot more like angry music and sad music and emotional music over these last few years, whereas like when I was younger and the time that I felt I had peace in my life, like one year when I was in eighth grade in Wyoming. Sorry, that was like that's a past, but
You already said
I do
Wyoming. I'll let it
apologize.
slip. I will say we gotta at least just play the toast sound because you've had the most Freudian slips of any caller. That's the rim shot. I get the wrong one. All right, we're just gonna play the toast, but I'm not actually gonna toast you. I'm just doing it to acknowledge you've said it 3 times.
Good.
It's okay. You're unpacking a lot.
Good.
I'm not. There's no judgment. It's okay. You don't live there. I'm glad you don't live there.
No, I don't. Thank goodness.
But it's beautiful there. Well, yeah, I think it's great that you've landed in
Although
this
I
place.
I hadn't finished my thought.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I interrupted you with the Wyoming thing. I'm sorry.
Um. So yeah, I in that year I felt very very peaceful within myself, and I realized that year was the most peace I've ever felt in my life. And the reason why is because I discovered a genre of music called chill step, and it was the most relaxing genre of music that I'd ever found. And it made me feel like I was floating in space when I put my headphones on, and that's really, if I could choose to be in space, that's where I would be. Not on a farm. I would be out in space, floating around in the universe, because I think it is gorgeous out there in the stars.
Sure is. If only we could breathe.
So I've been reconnecting with that calmness and that peace. And so today, I like I said, I acknowledged that I was listening to that really emotional music. And so I actually made the decision today that from here forward, I'm going to make an effort to find my calmer music, because I feel at peace. And therein will be able to treat myself and others better when my mood is obviously at peace. So I think it's kind of funny that you brought that up, and that I don't know, man. Maybe it'll be the push for me to finally start actually getting into my computer and make actually these relaxing beats. And
yeah, I think that sounds great. I'm glad that you've got some direction. When we first started talking, I was really concerned about the things I was hearing, and I'm really glad where we've landed. I do have a couple of other books saved, which I'll throw your way if you make it through that first book and want more. Would you take a couple more book suggestions?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Just throw them in the chat after you say them.
Okay, yeah. This is
good.
This is another book by Jonice Webb, another PhD, called "Running on Empty: Overcome Your Childhood Emotional Neglect." And this is going in the chat for you now. I do feel like these books are pretty spot on for what you're going through. Link is going in. Stand by. Whoa, I clicked away. Fumbling.
Oh, no.
Okay, here we go. There you go. There's that one. And then there's another one that's really great. I'm bringing this one up because you mentioned you were physically abused. And this book is amazing. I have heard so many psychologists cite this book, and therapists use this book with their recommend this book to people. So this is called "The Body Keeps the Score: Brain, Mind, and Body in the Healing of Trauma." And this is written by an MD named Bessel van der Kolk. I don't know where they're from. I would guess they are from the Nordic region, would be my guess based on the spelling. But it's going into the chat for you here. Stand by. These 3 books I think might be big for you. But I would start with the first one.
Okay. Sweet. And just kind of while we're on the topic of books, just some books that I would definitely recommend to anyone that I read from time to time. I don't read them very often, unfortunately. But there's one called "Living Buddha, Living Christ" by Thich Nhat Hanh.
Oh yeah.
I believe that he's an Eastern guy. "The Way of Zen" by Alan Watts.
Mm-hmm. I love Alan
"The Buddha
Watts.
Walks into a Bar" by Lodro Rinsler.
Oh, okay, interesting. I've never heard of that one.
And "In My Own Way" by Alan Watts.
Oh yeah, I love "In My Own Way." Alan Watts had so many great things to say. What a guy.
Truly.
Well, in closing, I'll highlight Easy Cheesy said to you, where'd it go? "This caller was toasted and lived to tell the tale." This one's for you, Easy Cheesy. That was great, Easy. That was hilarious. It was a pleasure speaking with you, my friend. Thanks for calling in and using this place in this way. I'm so inspired by your story and the perspective you have, and I wish you the best and would love to hear a positive update sometime.
I will definitely call in once I got one, man.
Great. You can also join our Discord. It's a great place to keep us in the loop casually, or get more support if you're going through something a little more granular.
All right. Well, I'll just call in, and I'll refer to myself as the Untoastable, and hopefully we can remember.
The Untoastable. Good night to the Untoastable. Take care of yourself.
All right. You too.
We're going to have some applause for the Untoastable. All right, guys. Lines are open, and we're taking our next caller. Hello, thanks for calling.
Hello.
Hi, you're on. What you want to talk about?
Um, Hi. Am I letting you my name? I'm sorry.
Can you turn your speakers down, please?
I'm Ken.
Toast. You're toast, my friend, because your speakers were on. I keep pressing the rim shot. That's supposed to be a toast. I'm sorry, guys. I'm fumbling. Butterfingers here. Please, callers, if you call in, have your speakers down, and don't say your name. And so, gotta get back to the lines. Lines are opening again. I think that's toast count 1. Hi, thanks for calling.
Hi.
What you want to talk about?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't expect to get in. It's the first time I called. So, I don't know. I saw you doing this, and I always have like a lot on my mind about experiences I've had in my life. So I just thought, hey, you're a stranger who I've been watching for years. I'll just call you and tell you about all my troubles.
That's what we're here for. Happy to listen. What's on your mind?
Yeah. I just have like this somewhat rational fear that everyone I love is going to die in like this horrific car accident. Because it's happened like a couple times in my life at like horrible moments.
You've lost
It's
more
like,
than...
it's sorry.
Sorry, carry on. I was trying to understand, but you're going to elaborate, it sounds like.
Oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, I've lost a couple people in my life due to like really unusual, tragic car accidents. And like I'm married now, and I have a kid, and so I'm just like constantly living in like a state of fear, basically. And it's hard to talk to anyone about it.
Would you say this is a phobia?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I've experienced it for the past, 10 years, so yeah. I just, it's just been so unusual, and it's like people that I'm really close to, so I struggle with it. Like my husband has to like text me every time he gets somewhere and says, "Okay, I made it. I'm good." And if I don't hear within a decent time, I'm like, "Oh my God, he's dead. Oh my God, I gotta start like driving where he was going because he's on the side of the road." You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's a really noble husband. Sounds like you have. Good on him.
Yeah, he puts up with a lot.
No, I'm not saying that. It's just like really sweet of him that he takes you into that much consideration.
Yeah, well, I mean, he knows about the two people who did die and like how unusual the circumstances were. So I think he's just like, understanding in the sense that he knows how worried I get. So he wants to do anything he can to just like calm my fears.
Right. Who were the people that you lost in these horrific car accidents?
Well, the first was years ago in like 2013, no, 2012.
And just a
And
reminder, no names,
he
please.
was
No
a guy
names, no locations.
yeah, no, absolutely. Sure thing. Yeah, I'm following the untoastable, so I've got to be very careful.
The untoastable.
It was back in 2012. I was really young, and I was dating a guy, and we were actually like planning on getting married, having kids, and he was driving home from school. He was in college at the time, and it was a bright sunny day. No idea what happened, but he turned left on the road, and a huge truck just hit him and killed him. And he was in a coma in the hospital, and they did tests and found there was no brain activity, and he died. And yeah, that was kind of felt like the end of my life. And then the second one was way worse. My dad actually died in a car accident the night before my wedding. we, sorry, we had just finished our rehearsal dinner, and he practiced, like walking me down the aisle and all that stuff, and we were on our way to just the rehearsal, and then we were on our way to the rehearsal dinner, and he had a medical emergency and crossed lanes and just died, and then I, came up on the scene and found out that it was my dad, and that was awful because, you still have to go through with your wedding. Everyone's already planning on coming. What are you going to do?
Right.
Cancel everything? And so that one was just, like, so difficult to deal with. And I feel like it's just hard to talk to people about it that I'm close with, because I feel like they think that I should almost, like, be over it, and I just feel like they might judge me for, like, the fears that I have. I don't know.
Yeah, I totally relate with that. It's hard to, even with our closest friends, it makes, sometimes it can feel like we're not real adults if we can't handle our shit. If we're, we feel like we can't handle our shit if we have to talk to somebody about it.
Yeah.
But that's so unfortunate. Like, that's what this project is about, is just a place where people can talk about whatever they want. Stuff that they can't talk to even their best friends about. I know what that's like. I mean, I've got a lot of friends in my life that are dear old friends, and I too feel that way sometimes if I'm going through something hard or something, or I'm reliving a traumatic experience and don't know what to do with it. I feel silly sometimes. I hesitate, and I think that's really normal to feel that way. I'm really sorry that you've kept so much of this in for so long.
It was like especially tough because the night, of our rehearsal, like, I hold a grudge against this man, but he's a priest, so I try not to. But he was so rude to my dad during the rehearsal that I was just like, I was so angry during the rehearsal that it showed. And he actually told my fiance at the time that he was not going to marry us the next day unless I came to talk to him about why I was so upset with my fiance, because he interpreted my anger as being towards my fiance and not the priest himself. And so that's actually the only reason I didn't see my dad get in a car accident, is because I had to stomp into this Catholic church and give this priest a piece of my mind because he was rude to my dad, who's now dead, and threatened to throw off my wedding.
Right. My goodness. I imagine it feels like the priest took something from you.
Yeah, he did, because that's, the last memories I had with my dad is this man telling him, this is a serious moment. You need to sit down and stop celebrating. Because he clapped after the rehearsal was over, and we, turned around and were presented as a married couple, and my dad applauded.
Sounds like some very controlled celebration.
Yeah, so serious. You can't be happy.
Right.
Insane. So, I don't know. I struggle with, like, religion and all of that anyway, so I just thought, dude, you're supposed to be a man of God, and you're out here.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I'm just seeing this, every now and then we get a caller that has these spaghetti bowl stories like yours, where it's like one thing led to another thing, led to another thing, led to another thing, led to a phobia that you're still dealing with, and now you can't talk to anybody about it. And I'm hearing that, I mean, I sense that maybe there's some confusion, maybe, like, I imagine, I've never, like, to be very clear, I've never been in the situation you're in, but I'm just imagining that it must, like, I mean, I'll just ask some questions. Like, do you still think about your partner, your former partner that you lost?
Oh, absolutely. Every day. It's really weird because you can't, I don't want to say you can't, but it's almost like you don't want to wish that it didn't happen because you're so thankful for what you have now, but you're also like so sad you missed out on what could have been. So it's like a double-edged sword, you know?
Right.
Like, I don't know if that's the right phrase, but yeah, I like grieve what could have been while also being like, well, I should be happy for what I have.
Right. Yeah.
What came from it.
And
It's just really hard too, because like, you know, now I have a kid. My dad will never see him, and that just breaks my heart.
right.
Because I'm so proud of, you know, my son, and I'm so thankful for him. And I
Right.
just love my dad so much.
Right. Of
And
course, you're
I
proud of
can't be
yourself.
like, Dad, look,
Right.
I had a kid. It's amazing.
Right. Right. There's so many layers to your story because on one hand,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place.
no. I'm just repeating back to you what I'm hearing so that you can hear somebody else say it back to you and maybe process it in an objective way. That you know, like what I'm hearing you say is that it almost sounds like confusion, like the mystery of what could have been with this former partner that you lost unexpectedly, and yet you don't want that to subtract from the value of what you have now. And then in the middle of that, you've got this wedding to your new partner, which wouldn't have happened if you had not lost the first partner. And that wedding, the priest specifically at the wedding was at least involved indirectly with you not getting to say goodbye to your father in the way you wanted to.
Yeah.
And so I just hear this really dense series of tragic events that are they must all seem connected in your head.
Yeah, it feels like it sometimes, and I feel like there's like a big ending coming. You know, it feels like this awful story that just keeps going.
Right. But the truth is that the only way those things are connected is in the way that new chapters in life reveal themselves, and new chapters in life reveal themselves when we lose something. And you know, it's not to say that these actions are all directly connected, but you know, like we were saying earlier, like you wouldn't have had this new beautiful life. You wouldn't have had this beautiful child if it hadn't have been for the loss a while ago. And you know, who knows what that relationship would have turned into? Like, to your point and against your point at the same time, like who knows if you could have even procreated with that person? It doesn't sound like you did. Who knows if you would have been fertile together? A lot of people are having fertility issues right now. You know, there's so many unknowns, not just positive unknowns, not just potential could have, would have beens, you know, but also could not have beens and wouldn't, and maybe wouldn't have beens that could have been possible. And you know, it sounds like you have an amazing husband that really cares about you getting through this and healing from this. And it might take time. Might take time.
Feels like it's an eternity.
Right.
You know, I think it's coming up on 10 years now since the guy I was dating, you know, passed away. And it's just like, when will it go away? When will I stop thinking that, like, every time someone leaves, they're gonna die and I'll never see them again? I mean, I guess it's not the worst thing, because, you know, my goodbyes are always sincere, and, you know,
I hear that in your voice.
So
I can hear in your voice that you must be you must give very warm goodbyes, very honest and sincere goodbyes.
Well, just say I hate goodbyes.
Right.
Like, they raging passion.
Well, you make me think of that song. It's actually such a cheesy song, but the lyric of the chorus is so good. That song, "Live Like You Were Dying." You know, it's
Yeah.
gets a really powerful. It's at least a very powerful portion of the lyric. I love that one lyric. It's so true. And you mentioned it was 10 years ago that you lost your ex, your former boyfriend.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how old you are.
Sure. I am Julian. How dare you?
Yeah, it's anonymous.
I just
You're the first person
30,
I've asked
which,
that to.
by the way, am I?
No, I ask everybody. How old are you?
I was going to say I'm 30, but happy early birthday to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I turned 30 in January, so.
Well, welcome to 30. 30. Your 30s are. I want to be very clear. I don't know what it's like to lose people the way you've lost them, and I don't know what. I wish I could tell you exactly what to expect for the future. But I do know that the loss I've experienced in my life did get a lot more palatable in my 30s, and I don't think we ever fully move past things in life. I think that we carry things with us in life in unique ways, and I'm sure the chat is sick of hearing me talk about this desk at this point because I've talked about it at least 3 or 4 times, but I did have this desk here made for this show, and I had it made out of a special kind of wood called spalted maple. And spalted wood is a tree that's been invaded by fungus. And if the fungus does not completely overtake the tree, if it doesn't completely kill the tree, it creates these really unbelievable colors and patterns and contrast in the grains of the wood, and it becomes very sought after and valuable, and it's kind of a novel kind of wood that people seek out. It's hard to find, very rare, and the reason I had this desk made was for callers like you, to as a reminder that this tree was overtaken by fungus, and it'll always have that fungus in it. But the fungus didn't kill this one. This fungus didn't kill this tree, and this tree became a thing of beauty. And it'll always have the markings of the fungus there. But that doesn't mean it has to hold you down. That doesn't mean it has to hold you back. It doesn't mean you won't ever grow past this. And I believe you will. I believe you will grow past this. And I don't know exactly how long that's going to take. I mean, you've been going through this for 10 years. It might take more time. Sounds like it probably will. But I'm glad that you have such a supportive husband. Like, I'm glad that this story culminated in the guy you're with now, in this child you have now that you're so proud of. And I think that's just beautiful.
I know. I'm beyond thankful for it. God, I have no idea where I'd be, if I didn't have that. I sympathize so much with people like the last caller who, had a pretty sucky upbringing, because same. So, I still don't have that, and obviously I've lost my dad, so, that portion is gone forever. But, yeah, I'm beyond thankful. And we're done with kids, so this one, he's going to be just spoiled. But, yeah, I don't think that I would be where I am if I didn't have such a supportive and, loving, patient husband. It's everything I needed. So I guess it worked out in that sense that, he's understanding enough to deal with me through all of this.
Are you able to... I think that's great. I think you're right. It's making me wonder if you're able to go this deep with your husband, since the beginning of your story is involving a former boyfriend. And I wonder if that maybe feels like a conflict of interest, or maybe a potential threat. If you were to get too specific about how that affects you, I wonder if your husband knows the full extent of how this weighs on you. I mean, I'm sure you don't.
I don't think he does.
Okay.
You're right. I find it really difficult to bring it up, not because he wouldn't be supportive or he wouldn't be understanding honestly, it just feels like awkward
Right.
to talk to him about it, because it's like, a relationship I was in with someone that's not him, and, to explain, like, yeah, I really loved this guy. Like, I wanted to marry him. I wanted to have babies with him. And it's like, it's weird.
Hmm.
Really weird.
Do you think he would
So I
understand?
don't really. I think he would. I think he would. He's not the jealous type. 'Cause I don't think, how could he be jealous? He's dead. But I don't think that he would be, any different than he is with everything else. But I even find it difficult just talking about my dad with him. Like, it's just hard, I guess, for me to open up in general with most people about any issues. And so,
Right.
I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
I wonder.
That's why I'm calling a random phone line to talk to strangers
That's
about
what
it
we're here for.
instead.
We're only good for one thing. We have one job. I'm wondering if I mean, you mentioned your husband's not a jealous kind of guy. He seems like he cares about you so much. I mean, he's going out of his way. You said he's texting you every time he arrives somewhere. He truly cares about you so much. And I'm wondering if it might help you process what you went through and put it to bed, put it in a box and move it aside. Not in like a sweep it under the rug kind of way, but again, like put it in a box and you'd be like, okay, this is what happened. And I wonder if you would, if opening up to your husband about this in a tactful way with your husband would help you do that, would help you process this in a way that is productive. I wonder, again, you don't have to be graphic about like, I was looking forward to procreating with this guy and having lots of, you don't have to get that specific, but I wonder if you would be like, look, like, I want to open up to you about something that I realize is really delicate because, like, in so many ways, like, if I hadn't lost this guy and I hadn't lost my dad, then none of this could have or probably would have culminated in a husband like you who cares about me so much and is so thoughtful with my story and what I've been through. Like, none of this would have culminated in this relationship if it hadn't have been for losing these people. I wonder if you were able to put it in some kind of way like that so that he knows it's not like a jealousy thing. I mean, the guy died. Your ex-boyfriend died, so there's clearly nothing to be jealous about. But I wonder if it would help you put some of these fears to bed. Because, driving a car it's a little dangerous, but, there's a lot of things. I mean, driving a car is, I don't know if you've ever heard this statistic. This actually helps a lot of people, I've heard, who have a fear of driving. Did you know that it's more dangerous statistically to eat a donut than to drive a car? That's a fact.
What?
Because of heart disease. And
That's outrageous.
it's an outrageous statistic, but it's true. You can look this up. If it's more risky to eat donuts than to drive cars.
What does that say about the luck in my life, though?
Yeah, well, you've never had a car wreck, and it also sounds like you've had some donuts. I guess that means life's pretty safe.
I like donuts. So, oh God, yeah, I feel like it probably would. So to get back, to what you were saying, I think it would help if I talked to him about it, because I think that's why it weighs on me so much. Is I've never really, touched the topic. I mean, I've gone out of my way to be like, hey, listen, I know my dad died, on this day, but we don't have to talk about it. Like, it's fine.
Right.
Just because, I want to get away. I don't want to talk about it with him. Like, this is my everyday life. I don't want him like, it sounds stupid. It's like, I don't want him checking on me to see, like, hey, you good? Because it just brings up more emotions. But I feel like if I just talked about the emotions in general, that, it would be less weird if he was like, hey, how are you feeling? Like, are you feeling okay? And I feel like if I, explained the guy I was dating that passed away, in that whole situation, that I feel like sometimes my husband feels like I don't appreciate him, love him as much as he loves me.
Oh,
So
interesting. Maybe that would really help.
Sorry?
sorry I talked over you. I'm just realizing maybe that would be a really beneficial thing for both of you. Maybe
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because I don't think he realizes how grateful I
Right.
am for what I have
And maybe he can't until he knows
in
these
him.
things.
Yeah.
And, you could be very clear about it. Like, hey, look, I want to have a talk. Nothing's wrong. No, there's no problem. I just have something that I want to say. And I don't want to talk about this like all the time. I just want to have one conversation about this and put it to bed. And I think it'll bring us closer together. And you can preface it with some kind of disclaimer like that so that he's not like, oh, wait, what are we talking about? Like, are we going to do this every Thursday now? Like that kind of thing. Yeah, but I'm floored by your story and not only the people you lost, but the way you lost them and the specific series of events that led to it all. It makes perfect sense to me why you've got a fear of losing people in that way. And I don't know if this has been helpful at all, but I'm just trying to help spitball with you on ways that might help you deal with the fear and not be so worried about your husband and people getting in cars, and I mean that's gotta feel like you're living in a nightmare, and I hate that for you.
It does. No, you're right, it does, and I hate it for me too. I mean, I was forced into therapy at one point for it by my employer, of all people.
Right.
But I feel like it wasn't beneficial because of why I had to go.
Right.
But I've definitely thought about that as like a potential, I feel like I'm depressed because of it. So I feel like, maybe I should just talk to someone about my feelings because life's hard, man.
It is. Deanna Krebs just took the words right out of my mouth in a much more succinct way. She said, caller, turning it into a thank you to your husband is a great idea. I think he'd be touched that you want to share with him how you've been processing all this. That's what I was trying to say, and I was struggling to get it out. But that's I think that's it. Yeah, because my point in saying that was that you don't want every time you tell somebody, hey, we need to talk, they think it's like, so I was trying to figure out a way to say that you could practically get him to sit down without freaking out or thinking you're going to do this every Thursday. Thank you, Deanna, for that.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you for calling in and sharing. I'm sorry to hear your story. You sound like a sweet person. It makes me smile hearing your how you talk about your sweet family, and I wish you the best in recovering from all this, and maybe even maybe this brings you closer to your husband. Maybe this unlocks a whole new relationship you never could have had otherwise. Maybe this means you've got some deeper thing with your husband that most people don't have because of your story and the way this will bring you guys together. I'd like to think that's at least possible.
I think so. I'll keep you updated.
Great.
And hey, thank you for all the smiles, man. You've made plenty of videos that lighten my spirit, so.
It means so much to me. Thanks so much. If you want me to prank someone tomorrow, we're doing a prank call live stream tomorrow for about an hour. So send me a.
I heard, and I'm trying to think up a good person.
Maybe I'll prank your husband right before you have this serious conversation with him.
Oh my God. I would love for you to prank my husband.
That would be horrible. Set you up for failure. He's like, what is going on?
There's possibilities there. Your wife has something she really needs to talk to you about.
Oh gosh, that would be horrible. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate all the support and the kind words, and it was lovely speaking with you tonight. Thanks for sharing.
Thanks, Julian.
Take care. Good night. All right, you chatties. It is chatty chatties. It is time for that thing we do where everybody leaves. This is called Intermission. If you don't know what that is, get a dictionary. It basically means we're going to take a 5-minute break. So I can clear my head and not conflate issues from different callers and just really listen a little better. So if you can bear with us for 5 minutes, if you can do that, I know you have a hard time focusing on things because this is the 21st century. No one can focus. But if you can sit right here we're going to just all be doing that. We're all going to sit here and take, well, not me, not this guy. I'm going to go do the opposite. I'm going to go sit somewhere else. So I'm not on camera. And I'm like, this is just so you guys know what I do. I like to go get on my foam roller, roll around, and make sure I haven't missed any messages on my phone. And I just do that for about 5 minutes. And then I come back feeling like a brand new baby boy. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We back. Hello. Let's get back into it. Lines are opening. Hi, thanks for calling.
Oh my God, is this Julian?
Yes. What you want to talk about?
Well, I have a very crazy story that I think the chat would like to hear.
Okay. Can you turn your speakers down for me so there's no feedback?
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
First of all, I just wanted to say that you are hilarious. I used to watch Malk all the time to, like kind of help me out with what was going on at the time.
I appreciate your support. Thanks for those kind words.
Of course. So like a couple, like 2 years ago, I was lonely and I was like always depressed and I would always get picked on in school and it didn't help my situation, but it's like it was mostly because I wanted to be loved by someone other than my parents or family. So like it was just a hard time. So I used to go on this one site where we talk to strangers and stuff, and I was scrolling around and I stumbled upon this girl, and she was saying how she was sad because people were saying she was ugly and stopping her friends and stuff. So I um you know I don't I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable.
You don't feel comfortable? No need to feel nervous. We're here for you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. It's just yeah, it's a little personal. I don't think I should go into it, but thank you for doing this stuff, and I hope you find a caller that is more open. I just very sorry, but thank
I
you for your
encourage you to call
time
back.
anyways.
I encourage you to call back. You can share if you want. It's a safe place. This is anonymous. I'll protect your anonymity if you want to share. If not, I'm happy to toast you. Not happy to, but I will. I'm joking with
Yes,
you. I'm trying to get a laugh. I'm sensing it's not landing.
it's okay. It's you don't know how much this means to me that I was able to get my
Toast. You're toast. Please don't call in and make this about fan stuff, guys. I keep playing the rim shot when I'm trying to toast people. Please, guys, if you're calling in, it really does mean a lot to me that to hear kind words. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Trying to keep this a very calm, safe place where people can call in and share personal stuff. Of course, I realize there's going to be still callers who don't feel like the anonymity is enough. It's a really fine line we're walking here. So if you don't intend to share, please just don't call. We have other outlets for connecting with fans and appreciation and stuff. And it does mean a lot to me. Hi, thanks for calling. Oh, lost that caller right out of the gate. Weak connection. I guess I'll play a toast there because that was toast, technically. I didn't hit rim shot that time. Progress. All right, so now we're on caller 6. We had a lot of toast tonight. Lines are opening. It takes people a little bit more time to get through the phone system. I also just want to remind people, the phone menu, please, if it's your first time calling, press 1 at the menu. I don't know how people aren't doing that because it's the very first thing they hear. It says, if this is your first time calling, press 1. I might have to rethink the phone menu. I'm flabbergasted every time we still get callers who clearly have not listened to the instructions. So I'm going to be rethinking the phone menu maybe. But lines are opening. Are they open now? I think they are. They look open. They should be open now. We'll sit here. Yeah, I'm sensing that that person had something juicy to say. Hi, thanks for calling.
Hey, Julian.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. Is it improper for previous callers to call?
No, not at all. You got something you want to talk about?
No, I was the one that called from episode 17, if you remember.
Okay, well, that's the beauty of this. I don't remember anybody. You want to jog my memory? You have an update, or are you still going through something, or what's the deal?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an update, but yeah, I was the one that had like the child die. I was a soldier. My therapist died on a head-on collision with a semi. That guy.
Oh, okay, yes. I believe you were having some beers and cleaning a gun when we spoke.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't cleaning a gun in a bad way. What are you talking about?
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I mean, what do you want? You think I want people to have dirty guns?
I don't know. Made it sound like it was a bad thing, just saying. Dirty guns are a bad thing, people, just so you know. Julian and I both approve. Bad guns, carbon buildup, no good.
We're going to get people in the chat saying dirty guns are an oxymoron. Or it's redundant. Sorry. There. Well, what's your update? Sorry, what's your update?
Okay, my update. I did what we said that I should do.
Okay. Can you refresh my memory? We get so many callers. Can you refresh me what the nature of your call was? I do remember those things you shared.
I was scared of going forward, if you remember.
Okay, that sounds familiar. Yep. So what changes have you made?
Yeah.
Sounds like you've gone forward.
I did it. I approached that lady, and it worked out pretty good. I mean, she kind of wasn't for it. I mean, to each their own. It's whatever, but I did it right.
Okay, great. So you took the step. You didn't get what you want.
I did.
It still sounds like it's positive. Is there a door open, or is it just you've got this new lease on life? I mean, I do remember your voice. And
a new lease on life.
Okay.
It's just the fact that I heard people talking about how they don't agree with America and their standards and all that stuff, but I feel like if there's a good enough calling for those people, we can build it. I mean, I did my whole jazz, and it was pretty good. It was self-fulfilling a little bit.
How did that feel? Taking a step out of your comfort zone.
It was terrifying. Are you kidding me?
We're gonna give you some applause.
Okay, that sounded like I was taking just a trample through a stream. Was that a cheering sound?
Yeah, we've got some. It might sound doubled on the line because we're doing some weird stuff to your voice. Yeah, it's applause. That's applause.
Oh, that's right.
Um,
Voice recognition jazz.
Well,
But yeah, no, I mean, it wasn't for the worst, so I gotta say to everybody else, I mean, endear to endure or whatever. I don't know. What are the kind of things that you would say at this point? Because, I mean, I did it, so that's a step.
Yeah, it's a great step. And I do remember your voice. You were the military guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you read Tribe?
Did I read Tribe? I don't know how to do that.
You don't. You don't know how to do
I'm just saying.
It's a very short book. I just. Well,
oh, yeah. It's the book. No, it was enlightening. It's just it kind of wasn't what I was looking for.
Oh, you did read
per
it
se, you know.
You did read it.
I did read it. It's
okay.
just it's enlightening in another way.
Okay. So
which I totally respect.
Okay.
But
so you did enjoy it. It wasn't. I apologize if I sent you down bad. I'm not military, so I tried my best to respect you.
No, it was good.
It's an amazing book,
It was a decent read. It's just the fact that I mean, it was a while ago, right?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we are not that old, so
Correct.
I couldn't relate to it properly. I asked my stepfather, who was a Vietnam veteran. He got it.
Oh, he's red tried?
But at the same time, oh yeah, he reads the philosophies of like what is it, Shanju or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
That one. Yeah, he kind of gets it with that whole thing, but I mean, I don't get it. I'm the kind of guy who is, we did our best. We're still trying to do our best. But, the world sees our best as its worst.
Right. Yeah, sometimes. Well, I'm proud of you for taking a step out of your comfort zone. I'm glad we could at least encourage you to do that. I'm glad I got you to read Tribe. When you said, how do I do that? I was thinking you didn't read it. So I'm glad that
I'm just saying. I don't really know how to do that understandably because I was that kind of guy, I guess. But it's pretty good read. But I also heard that one kid talking tonight about his struggles with his parents and that abusive thing. Is that not allowed to bring up previous conversations? Because I can relate to that kid really hard.
Yeah, there was a lot of people lighting up with his story. I am wondering what this actually comes from Easy Cheesy. He asks you, he says he remembers you, and then he says, appreciate the update, and I'm curious what you would be looking for in a book. I think that is a good question. Like if Tribe, I mean, admittedly, your story I remember to be very complicated. It wasn't just that you had some hard feelings about your experience in the military, and you had some hard feelings about your contributions in the military. I still thank you for your service, good sir. And I know you have some conflicted feelings when people say that, but I would challenge you that even if, I mean, like, I can only imagine what that experience was like, but I still want to I want to thank you for protecting our nation's borders and for doing things, even if you get bad orders, which I remember that being a thing on our call. I remember you saying there were some orders you had conflicts with. And I recognize that's going to happen. Of course. I mean, corruption is a thing, and bad orders are not...
Yeah, I appreciate the thanks and whatnot, but the bad orders have not happened to just me, so...
And they haven't just happened in the military. They happen every day at McDonald's. I'm just full of jokes tonight, guys. I can't contain myself. I'm sorry. So
I think the saddest part of this was bad orders at McDonald's are the most comparable and accurate description to bad orders in the military.
I'm glad that got to you. I couldn't resist.
Wow.
So to get back to the question Easy had, there was clearly a lot more to your story than just reintegrating as a civilian after being military for so long and having so many conflicts with that journey. So I'm wondering...
that is accurate, yeah.
So what is there anything else we could talk about that would be helpful? I mean, you made a positive step. You took a step out of your comfort zone. And
this sounds like somebody isn't trying to point out something from me, but from themselves. Is there like a soldier out there who doesn't get it and needs advice? Because I don't need help, just saying, but I would love to help any of my fellow compadres.
I think that's beautiful. I do want to be very careful to have this stream.
Yeah.
I want to be very careful to not have this stream turn into a specific
also
kind of advice.
I'm not anybody to build advice off of, just so anybody who's listening to the stream knows. But I am somebody who understands that, went through it, and can give constructive criticism towards what the U.S. military taught us. It's not who you are, it's what made you. Just saying.
I think that's really good for people to hear. Noda in the chat, he's one of our mods. He's saying that Discord would be great. It would be he's saying it would be great if you could join the Discord and add value there, because we do have a lot of people in there who are military, and I wonder
You
if
guys have a Discord?
Oh yeah, it's in the video description. Check it out. Join us. Come be valuable with us. Come contribute.
Julian, you didn't tell me that the first time, dude.
Sorry, man. You had quite the story. I was raptured by your story. Yeah. And I'm horrible
Well, yeah,
at
I
promoting
would
things, as
love
everybody here
to
knows.
give inputs and all this stuff. With that last kid he was talking about, like, I mean, he was hiding dirty underwear to hide from his just his influence from his parents. Trust me, I was there back in like '94.
Yeah.
And it was not something so subtle, so I get it. It's fine.
I do wanna be careful that we don't get too personal with this place. I try to be very careful with the stories and stuff. But I will maintain that I think you would be a very highly valuable person in our Discord. I beg you to join our Discord, good sir. Please come give us your insight in Discord, because there are so many people there.
Do I have to provide anything to join it?
Nope,
just so you know, so I can do that immediately. Please,
it's totally free.
A lot of people need this advice.
It's totally free.
No, I know Discord is free, Julian. I need the info.
Oh, it's in the video description. You'll find it. I am going to open up the lines to the other callers, but I'm so glad to hear your update and that you took some steps.
Yeah, I was doing good, dude.
And,
I just wanted to give you an update.
Amazing.
But yeah, hopefully anybody else who calls in, just know this is a trusted line. Trust Julian and the rest of us, because we will try not to mislead you.
Thanks for calling.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, well, this isn't an advice show. I am going to open up the lines to other callers.
Nah,
I'm trying so hard not to toast
therapist.
you, but because I really like you. I'm trying so hard not to toast you. But I am going to open
No,
up
it's
the lines to
okay.
other
I
callers.
get it. I'm trying not to mislead you on your whole, like, it's a philosophy thing, not a actual diagnosis thing, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's not even philosophy. We just want to listen to people. But thanks for calling in.
It's a helpline.
I'll see you in the Discord.
All of us want to help. Yeah, but sorry. I will. Yeah, go ahead and do your thing.
Good night, sir. I really do like that guy. That guy's fun. I feel like I would actually really enjoy just carrying on with that guy for a long time. I hate to come so close to toasting him after all he's done. And the life he's had, but what a guy. I really like you, sir. All right, next caller. Hi, thanks for calling.
Hey, I've called before.
Oh wow, another return caller. This has been an epic night of firsts. Wow. So jog my memory. Do you have some kind of update, or are you looking for more support, or what's the deal?
I wanted to tell more stories that that combine to the last one, in a way.
Okay. To your previous story or from another caller's?
My previous call was I brought up that I have a small drug addiction to weed. I'm 17 and shrooms. And you told me to seek therapy and stuff like that. And I haven't been able to do that much, and I apologize for that. It's been like very crowded, and I'm not sure exactly where I'm moving now.
Okay. No need for apologies.
Remember?
I do vaguely remember your story. You'll have to forgive me. I don't remember everything right off the bat. I might need a little more help. And we have, every night we get about 8 callers, and I talk to them. The goal is to talk to them as long as possible. So I do remember vaguely.
I understand.
It's nothing personal. I can't. My brain is very. I have a very tiny brain.
No, I fully understand. You don't gotta explain. I get it. But yeah. So I didn't mean to come off rude there. I was just.
Yeah. So no problem at all. What would make this a good call?
I would just like to tell 3 stories if that's okay. First one's kind of short. Second one.
Sure, go for it.
First one is basically when I was born. I was born with cancer.
Oh wow! Born with cancer.
It was cut out of me, so I don't have like a chance of it coming back. I guess there is, but not really.
Okay.
But it's a type of cancer that really affects me still to this day.
So it hasn't come back, but it still affects you?
It was testicular cancer, so therefore, if
Oh,
I am missing one, if that makes sense,
I see. Okay. And this is something that
and
is hard
that
to talk about, I imagine.
it is very hard. And I've trusted people before, and then they just go and tell people, and then I'm regretting saying anything at all
Right. What's that experience like? What's
because
that
I
like?
want to be more normalized. What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. What was that last bit?
No, what were you saying?
I was just asking what that experience is like. Like, what makes me wonder. I mean, I've always wondered that. Like, what is that like? How does that
It's
affect?
something I want to hide, but like also want people to know because I want to be more normal about it because it is me and I can't really change it.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it's like so like different,
Right.
you
Um,
know?
how does that affect? Uh, you mentioned
I'm still fully able to reproduce.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
doesn't infect anything like that. But that would mess me up way worse if I wasn't able to.
Are are you sexually active?
Yes,
How does that
but normally I try not to let the people know, if that makes sense.
I see. So, pardon my ignorance. Do you uh have you ever had to address that on a date, or can you get by without addressing it typically, or when does that? In what situations do you find yourself in where that comes up, or you feel like you have to bring it up?
Well, like I want to say like 2 years ago, I had a chance to like have sex with a person in like the middle of the woods, and like I know that sounds weird, but it was because of an event, like camp basically, and it was just because of it, and I was so scared of people knowing. I like completely missed out on multiple opportunities like that. I try to keep myself as like I don't like getting on those subjects, but also I'm a guy, and I know that's a terrible excuse, and I want to be on them subjects, but I can't at the same time, you know?
Right. Right.
Try
Well,
my best not to be vulgar in the chat.
no, it's okay. I don't think there's anything vulgar about testicles. I don't think there's anything vulgar, especially about testicular cancer. You are sharing an experience that's really unique, and I think
Mhm.
it's interesting for people to hear. Um,
Mhm.
did you just want to get that off your chest and kind of practice? It sounds like maybe you wanted to practice opening up without restraint a little bit. Is that the goal,
That
or
was the part of like addressing that, and it also goes with like the next two stories,
okay?
if that makes sense.
Okay, go on.
So, as I said before, because of the condition, I don't like engaging in them, especially in person. Like online's a bit different; it's a bit easier. There's different angles you can use, you know. But in person, it's a bit harder. So I avoid those situations. And then one time I was staying at a friend's house after like a fair, and I spent the night. And he had another friend over, and he had his girlfriend over. And at one point, I was alone in the room with that girl. See, I'm not attracted to her. I don't even want like anything. If she thought anything of me, I didn't want anything with her. And turns out, like 2 days later, I got told that I apparently groped the girl.
Hmm. You got accused of groping a girl,
I mhm.
and you didn't do it.
I I didn't do it. I'll be honest there. I did not do it. Um, and I didn't even know about it until after because I had an in school suspension, so like I wasn't able to get like told. I just got threatened at the beginning of school, like, hey, you do that again, I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm like, what did I do? He's like, you know what you did, and I'm like so confused. And that really messed me up because I was getting threats from her friends, and then she was trying to like say that people were hurting her because of me saying that she was lying. And that did a mental toll on me that made me like want to stay farther away because of getting false accusations like that.
Right. What was that? How did that affect you mentally?
Mentally, it like really fucked me up because I was like, why would someone accuse me of something so terrible? Like, I
Right.
never want to make anyone feel that type of pain, and I got accused of it. And that was right before COVID happened, so I went straight into lockdown after that.
My goodness. Yeah, that's hard.
It was like February that year, so created a lot of social anxiety.
Does it still hold you back? Have you grown
Do you have
past that?
anything that I've grown mostly out of the social anxiety by now,
That's
but
good.
it's still like ever since that situation, anytime like let's say I bump into a girl, I like accidentally touch her in her shoulder, her hand, anywhere, I always apologize now. And now girls don't like that either because then it's like I'm always apologizing, so I'm just overly cautious.
Right. Yeah, James Denzine from the chat says to you, I honestly have had it also. I think they mean they've been falsely accused of things like that. And they say, and trust me, the Frankenstein scar goes away. I think that is true in some cases, but I also, in my experience, I've been falsely accused of so many things. Fortunately, never something like sexual assault. So I don't know what it's like to be accused of doing something. Like, for example, when I was a little kid, I was like, not to make this about me, but for example, I was a little kid and I was at my friend's house. There's a bunch of neighborhood kids there. And for whatever reason, I got accused of beating somebody with a rubber mallet. And this kid's brother showed up at my house and was like, hey, I heard what you did to my brother. And he showed up at my house the next day and I was like, what? Like, I was totally shocked and I was terrified because his brother was like 4 years older than me. And I was like, what is this? What is going on? Like, and the whole neighborhood found out. I'm bringing up this story not to make it about me, but to respond to James,
No, you're perfectly fine, by the way.
to respond to James Denzine's comment, some people get accused of things several times in a row or repetitively, consistently throughout their entire life. Some people are an easy target, and some people really develop a form of PTSD out of that. I'm not sure if it would be considered technically PTSD, but maybe it is. Like, I mean, like in my experience, I'm. You the caller, you said you now find yourself like apologizing way too much to people just you feel like you're on guard all the time, and like some people, some people that's really hard for a long time. So.
Can I bring up something as an example?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Keanu Reeves?
Of course.
Have you ever seen him like with a picture with a woman that's not his wife? He like puts his arm around their back, but like has it like 5 feet away.
I'm not sure what you're talking
Like
about.
he has it like far off their back. He has it like where it's like behind them, but it's not touching them. So, like
okay.
From the picture, it looks like it, but in real life, he's like physically not touching them.
Okay.
That's like exactly how I'd be.
I see. Yeah, he's very careful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well.
But yeah, thank you for relating with the story. And I have another one that kind of adds but makes it worse.
Okay.
And now I'm kind of seeing like that PTSD thing, like not exactly that, but like kind of what you meant by that.
Mm-hmm.
Is do you mind if I start the next story now?
Yeah, go for it.
So the first time I lost my V card, it happened like during a summer after a party. And so I get back to my place with this person and I'm talking to them, and then they're like, they've told me in the car that they wanted to have intercourse. They've told me multiple times on the ride home, but whenever we got to the point to have it, I asked them if they said yes, and like they kept saying sure, if you want to, but like I was telling them I need a definite yes out of you if you want me to, like if you want anything to happen, I need a 100% yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got the yes because it was always like a sure or something like that, and then it happened. The next day I wake up and I get a text from one of her friends saying, yo, do you know what happened to this person? They're saying they got raped last night.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this stuff is very problematic right now. When was this?
It was last summer.
Sorry to hear about that. That is, oh my goodness, yeah, that's...
If you remember last time we talked, I brought up that I was sexually assaulted by an older woman.
I do vaguely remember this story, yes. Yes, I
That
do remember
happened
that.
2 weeks after I got accused.
Oh my goodness, so you were accused of
No, it
sexual...
was the weekend after I was accused, then it happened to me.
So you got it from all
The
sides.
irony is,
You were...
yeah.
Yeah, my goodness, my friend. That is a lot. I can't believe we didn't get into that stuff last time. I mean, there was a lot of other stuff I'm recalling now.
I didn't want to take up that much time because I have a lot of stuff that's happened within the past year that I'd love to talk about. That's why I'm going to plan on calling again soon.
So you survived testicular cancer. You were accused of sexual assault, and then you survived a sexual assault. And you're... I'm just echoing that back to you. Like, you can take that in. Like, that's automatically makes you stronger than a lot of people that you are, or you're at least, I mean, you're very young. You're a teenager, I believe. You're 17, you said, right?
Yes.
So you are in the process, I'd imagine, of becoming very strong. I mean, I hear a lot of strength in your voice, but my point is that if you keep carrying on with a good head on your shoulders and you keep, if you can find it in yourself to not become distrusting of yourself because of accusations that aren't true, if you can find it in yourself to not walk on eggshells with people, that you are in the process of becoming a very resilient and strong person. And I already hear that in your voice, and I think that it's just going to continue. That would be my guess, that you'll continue to grow in that direction. And I think that's really sad to hear, but I think it's really great that you're aware.
What were you saying?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was just saying, I think it's really great that you're aware of the situation. Somebody in the chat said you need to get away from these people. It might be easier said than done, but I sense that you're already pretty. Since these situations have made you pretty discerning, it sounds like, and I think that's good.
Do you want to hear more from me still?
Yeah, let's take one more story.
All right. We'll focus on a different topic on this one. So I threw a New Year's party last year at the end of the year at my house, and I invited people that I normally think would be my friends, and I think a lot. I have ADHD, so I'm always thinking, and I always overthink things, but I think sometimes I don't always overthink, Maybe I just get it right.
Right.
And at this party, I had at that time my best friend, who I thought was my best friend. He always treated me like shit, I'm gonna be honest. And that was the first time I did shrooms. I was also drunk that night and high.
Goodness.
So I was triple faded, is the terminology used.
Yeah,
and at one point,
you weren't set up for success here.
Not really. And at one point, they thought it was a great idea to take a golf club and start chasing me around with it.
My goodness.
And then I got hit by it pretty hard, I will say, by who at my time was my best friend. This guy was always violent, and I don't know why I never realized it before. He'd always, hit me a lot. He'd constant make fun of me. He'd always call me fat, even though I'm not fat. Just very toxic. I finally dropped him earlier this year. And what ended up happening was I had 3 of them chasing me. One of them had the golf club. I got hit by it. I grabbed it. The golf club breaks in half. One guy gets hit in the eye. The other guy gets hit in the nuts. And then I get blamed by all of them. And then throughout the night, each one of them got a revenge hit on me.
My goodness. So your friends assaulted you?
Fully, yes. Also, the party was supposed to be not an actual high school party where you go out, you get drunk, you get laid. You hang out with friends, you have a good time is what I was planning. And instead, everyone just completely ignored me in a way, and we're just more focused on, oh man, why aren't there girls here, dude? Your party's ass, man. Uh, I had like simple rules like please don't like throw the cans everywhere. No one listened, and I went to bed that night in a very bad state of mind.
Right. Well, I believe I said this to you last time we talked, but this is, I mean, even more so the point now. This is not the only reason why, but it's a big reason why it's so harmful and dangerous for kids to be messing around with drugs and alcohol. And I'm not preaching at you. I'm getting passionate, not at you. I'm just getting passionate to any kids that may be listening and messing around with this stuff. Like, your brains are developing until you're 25 years old, and this stuff is dangerous. And I believe that drug abuse is not just overusing dangerous substances. I think it's also using them in the context in which they're used. You know, I'm passionate about this topic because I grew up around a lot of kids experimenting with drugs, and kids go do crazy things when they're doing this shit, and it's dangerous, and people mess up their brains, and they mess up their bodies, and they chase each other around with golf clubs, and they become people they're not, and they do stuff they regret. And, you know, I'm not saying that there aren't adults out there that are not acting like children as well, but my point is that, you know, you tend to mellow out as you get older, and certain things become less risky. That's the reason why most countries have age requirements for drinking and whatnot, and now a lot of places are having age requirements for cannabis and all kinds of things. So, you know, my point is that it's just you're talking to somebody that believes it's really important to stay away from that stuff. I sense that you've been surrounded by a lot of bad influences, and I just want to encourage you to get some good influences in your life, and stay away from the drugs, please, for the love of God, would be my prayer. That because it's dangerous, not only mentally, but it's dangerous. I mean, you've been in a lot of really dangerous situations and surrounded by a lot of bad influences would be my feedback.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, I can try. I don't want to make any promises.
No, that's on you, bro.
And it's nothing against you, by the way. It's just...
Yeah. If you call in here, that's what you're going to hear me say. That's on you, though. That's on you. It's not on me, but that's...
No, yeah, 100% on me.
Yeah. But I care about you. I mean, your story's intense. You've been through a lot. I'm not railing you. But if just for the record, if anybody listening calls in here telling me they're a teenager messing around with drugs or alcohol, this is what you're going to hear, because I care about you guys, and I have seen... I'm 35 years old. So and I had a bunch of friends when I was 16, 17 doing drugs and drinking, and these people abused me. I still have scars from some of these friends to this day. And kids on drugs are not good, and there's science behind this. So I'm not upset. I'm not offended. Mm-hmm. I just care. I care a lot. I care deeply, because I could have been really I could have been really messed up by some of that stuff if I hadn't gotten myself into some better friend circles. So that's my spiel. That's my end rant. But
also, if I could just add real quick, I do not support the use of any drugs for any minors, anybody under the age of like 25 at all. Even though it is higher than most laws, I don't support it, but I do it. And I don't like it, but some things are hard to cut off.
They are, indeed. You know, you've opened a Pandora's box, and you've opened it at an age where your brain is not able. Your brain is not able to perceive what's inside that Pandora's box, and neither is your friends. Hence, they're chasing you around with golf clubs and saying your party's ass and turning into Jekyll and Hyde. You know.
Yeah, by the way, the best friend at the time knew all this information that you've been told.
Right, and that's the problem. That's why it's such a dilemma.
He used to make fun of me for this stuff also, like especially whenever I said the one woman SA'd me.
Right.
Sexually assaulted me and stuff like that.
Abracadabra from the chat says, Abacadabra says, I regret ever using weed at the age I did. Abba Cadabra, if you wouldn't mind sharing how old you were, if that's not too personal for you, I would love for all of us to have, and for this caller specifically to know, because I do, I don't want to be alone, and I just don't want you, the caller, to think I'm like beating you up. I'm only doing this because I care. Like I really do care.
Yeah, I completely understand.
And I'm an old man. You're talking to a semi-old man.
At all by you.
Yeah, Abacadabra says they were 14 and they'll be 24 in July. That's pretty young, 14.
I started when I was 15.
Yeah, I mean, you're there, you're coherent. I would say, gosh, like, is there anything else that you can, I mean, you've opened a Pandora's box, and it'll be a long time till your brain, whether it's legal or not where you live, and don't tell me where you live, whether or not it's legal where you live by the time you're 25, it doesn't really make a difference, because until you're 25, your brain is going crazy every time you do it. What you're doing right now is not experiencing those things. That you're not experiencing those things. You're being overwhelmed by them, and so are your friends. And it's very risky. It's just very risky. And you've been through so much, and I would hate to hear another story. I guess what I'm saying is, if you call back here again, and you tell me you were doing drugs again, and something else bad happens, I'll just toast you out of love for you. And then I'll just hope you call back and say, hey, things are better now. I will always answer your call, but I just don't want you to keep calling in. And again, I'm not railing you. I'm just saying, like, please. Please.
All these have been past stories, by the way. I've slowed down a lot compared to what I used to.
Good.
Especially with the psilocybin. I haven't done that since. So.
Great. Well,
I'm trying my best to quit one thing at a time.
Maybe instead of thinking of it like quitting, there's something else you can do to replace it with, and you can just tell yourself,
I am welcome to call, though. And the remaining few stories, correct?
Great. Yeah. Well, you.
I like like how you analyze things. It really helps me just properly think. And
good. Well,
it really does help.
I've been to a lot of these places. That's why I'm doing this. I'm not an expert, but I've been in a lot of these situations that people are calling in with, and I just want to be a sounding board and just help be another mind thinking through these things, and offer my experiences. And I cannot fix anybody. I don't think I'm a savior. I don't think I'm God. I don't think I know everything. I absolutely do not. I just told you a moment ago I have a very small brain, and I couldn't remember certain details from your call. Like, I'm doing this because I care. I'm not railing you. I'm just concerned that, your stories are concerning, and they're concerning because of the environments, and the people, and of course not all of them are like, of course your first story you led with was the testicular cancer story, and your second story was that you were compromised by somebody who overtly said they wanted to sleep with you, and you forced them to give you didn't force them, but you refused to sleep with them when they said sure. You were like, I'm gonna need a yes, or I can't do it, I won't feel good. And then they accused you the next day of raping them, and then you got sexually assaulted yourself like a couple weeks later. So, like, I'm recognizing that we didn't get in no way did you mention drugs were a part of any of those other stories, but you got to keep in mind, if you call in here and you tell me you're a teenager and you're messing around with drugs, or your friends are, and you're getting hurt, it's not that I won't be sympathetic, but I will be, you will see the father in me, and you got to keep in mind I have 3 kids, and they're going to get this side of me too. But also, like, I'm a pretty laid back person. Like, I'm not anti a lot of things. That's why I spend a lot of time playing devil's advocate with callers like you. Just to be very clear, it's like, it's not a moral issue for me. I'm doing this because I care about your brain developing and not being overwhelmed and disrupted. I don't want you getting neural connections misaligned or connected in the wrong place because you're doing psilocybin as a teenager. Like, that's dangerous shit, So I just care. But you know what? I'll tell you this, because I can sense your dilemma. You've opened this Pandora's box, and you're like, how can I wait till I'm 25 to do this again? I kind of sense there's an element of that here. Let me just tell you this. You are going to be 25 before you know it. You are going to wake up tomorrow and be 25. If you can just figure out a way to get through, if you can figure out how to get through tomorrow without thinking about these things, and then do that again the next day, don't even think about 5 years or 7 years or however long it's going to be. Think about tomorrow, what you're going to replace those things with tomorrow, and then if you don't like those things, if those things didn't help, find other things, and then do that until you find something you can replace those things with, and just tell yourself, you know what, at the very least, I'm doing this for my own mental health for the next, until I'm of a certain age. But don't think about how long that's going to be. It's going to be here like that. It's going to be so quick. And I know that sounds like I'm your grandma saying life is so short. That's not what I'm saying at all. Like my end of my 20s up to this point, like the last 10 years of my life were a lot slower than 15 to 25. 15 to 25 was like a blink of an eye, and 25 to 35 has been rather slow. So, you know, and I hear that changes the older you get. So maybe it's some weird, you know, sine wave, the way time works. We don't know these things, of course, but I'm just giving you my experience, and I'm trying to encourage you that your next 7 years are going to be the blink of an eye. So just rest assured that you're not missing out on anything. In fact, my concern is that you'll miss out on a whole lot more. You'll miss out on the rest of your life if you can't find some ways to kind of just gently close this Pandora's box for a few years.
Yeah. I mean, like, I understand that, like, I should stop, and I think I have the willpower to stop. It's just, I know it doesn't help, but it feels like it does help. Therefore, it feels like an escape, you know?
It is.
A way to avoid the pain. It clears my mind. It stops me from thinking about every mistake I've made. Yeah, I brought up that I'm ADHD, and that just, I'm always constantly thinking every second, analyzing everything.
But you just said it. It's an escape. It's not going to ultimately help you put to bed these feelings. I know you mentioned it's been difficult getting into therapy, but therapy will help you get to the bottom of those things. Replacing these habits with, I mean, a lot of these things you're talking about are not, I always get flack when I say this, but, you know, a lot of these things, I'll say it's debatable if they're, to what extent a lot of these things are chemically addictive. But it sounds like you've developed this habit, which I understand can be qualified in some sense.
I agree with what you say. It's not like an addiction.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like I'm fiending for it and I like need it, like nicotine. It's nothing like that. Right. It's more like, it's an easier way to put it, that I just keep doing it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to encourage you again to find some things that you can, and this is on you. I'm not going to twist your arm. I can't twist your arm on them, and I wouldn't, even if you were here in the room with me. I wouldn't do anything. I would just be doing the same exact thing we're doing here. I would just be saying, look, man, this is on you, and I care, and I really think you got to find some things, some substitutes that you can just be okay with, and you know, like, just be glad that you're not doing that with your friends when you see them doing it. Like I got to a place I had a fortunate experience. I tried cannabis for the first time when I was 17. I had some friends doing it, and it was arguably probably not real cannabis even. So I hated it. It was a horrible experience. And so I just never did it again. But all my friends just kept up doing it, and so it was somewhat simple for me to kind of like just part ways from my friends that were doing that, because I was just like, yeah, that wasn't for me. I didn't like that. But it was kind of like, it kind of became its own thing after a while, where my friends were all doing it, and I was like, well, I'm not going to do that. That's really not good for me, and I didn't feel good and all this stuff. You've got the opposite experience, where it sounds like you had access. I mean, this stuff is so much more readily available now these days than it was when I was your age. So my point is that it's probably a lot easier for you to find quality stuff, and that's probably a lot more difficult because, you are, it's going to be harder for you to step away from it because you've opened this Pandora's box. For me, it wasn't so much of a
Do
Pandora's
you
box.
mind if I explain to you real quick, and I'll try to keep it as brief as possible, my first experience and how I really got like to continuous using it?
Sure.
So the first time I did it, it was when I was 15. I was invited to a girl's house, and I got dropped off there. And then I met up with her at an abandoned house near her house. But she had really strict parents, so she couldn't be out long. So we ended up smoking a little bit of it in a handmade bowl she made. And then I ended up calling my ride, and one of my rides wasn't available because he had to sneak out and use his parents' car, and they weren't falling asleep yet because they were like staying up because they had friends over. So then I called my secondary ride, and he's shit-faced drunk. I called my parents, no response. I'm stuck in now like the middle of the woods, around like 5 miles, not 5, like 10 miles from my house, and it's 12 at night in October. So it was my first time, and if you said you've been on it, and there's like an extreme paranoia level you get, and I ended up having to walk home, and it took around 2 hours, and the dark, and I was utterly terrified. I literally said to myself, I'm never doing this again. And then, you remember that abusive friend that I brought up in the New Year's story? He was like peer pressuring me basically to go out with him, and it was just because of him. So I started using it more, and then I started doing alcohol because of him. He's the one who introduced me to psilocybin.
Do you have any friends that don't use this stuff that you can spend more time with?
No.
No one?
None.
If that is true, man, makes me wonder what level of adoption we're dealing with, like kids your age doing this stuff. This is a concern of mine. It's so readily available now. It was fairly readily available when I was your age, but it's so much worse now for kids your age because it's just it's everywhere. If that is true, then we need some serious help for your generation because we cannot have a generation of kids whose brains have been messed up on this. Do you have places where you can meet new people that you frequent? Do you have where do you go to school? Do you have people at school that are maybe acquaintances you could get better acquainted with, or do you have any extracurricular activities that people? I'm trying to just get creative and
the last day of school is next Tuesday.
Fair, yeah, that makes sense.
And graduation is for me, so no one else there. I know the place that I just got a job, and I know most of the people there smoke. Almost every one of my friends smoke, and like the ones that don't, I don't even consider my friends that much because they think of themselves as just so self-righteous.
Mm-hmm.
And they're always talking down on people because of their choices. And it's annoying. They're like self-centered also.
Sounds like it.
So I really don't have anybody who doesn't do it around me, and I never noticed that till now.
Well, you might need to take some initiative in meeting some new people, and certainly the drugs are not going to help with that sense of initiative. I still think the first step is getting clean, and it might take you getting clean to find that motivation for new friends. It might take getting clean and setting some boundaries with your friends, like, hey, if we're going to be around each other, I don't want to, I'm not going to partake. I don't want to be around that. I'm protecting my brain. I want to be a functional member of society when I'm in my 20s and 30s. I can tell you firsthand, I've had many friends who I know experimented with that stuff in their teens, and they've had a hard time holding down work well into their 20s. I don't know where some of these people are now, but I watched them really struggle, some of these people. So that's why I get so passionate about these things, because it's just, it's a mess, because we need these things to be less taboo, so they can be studied, so we can know more about them, so we can have better answers about the very things you're questioning. And yet we need it to be taken more seriously by people, even though it needs to be more approachable and less taboo. It's kind of a paradox. How do we deal with that? I'm not I'm not in a position to regulate any of that stuff. I don't know what the exact answers are, but I'm just acknowledging it's a conundrum. And
if you want me to put it on a level for you to like understand how terrible the problem is where I live, is in a normal classroom there's like 20 kids, and I know 5 of them in each classroom that have a dab pen on them at all times, which is like the weed form
How many?
of vape.
How many of them have a dab pen?
Around 5 per 20 per class.
Okay. I mean, dabs are pretty hardcore.
And that's like they bring it to school to that point where their addiction is that bad.
My goodness.
I walked into a bathroom one time, and a guy literally was just selling straight out of his backpack in there.
My goodness. Dabs, and specifically the pens, are so dangerous. It's not even cannabis at that point. If it's in a pen, we don't know what's in it. It's not. Goodness.
That's not even weed. It's just like most of the time it's like 99% THC.
Right. Well, like I keep pressing you for some on some steps that I think might be helpful, and I feel like you're deflecting a little bit. I don't want to.
I didn't mean to deflect at any point.
No. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just care. I can't tell if anything I'm saying is landing, or I don't want to waste your time. I also don't want to.
You're not wasting my time at all. Like, I'm taking everything you take to heart. I'm just still thinking about like every word you say.
Okay. Well, I'm trying. It's a delicate balance here for me, because so many people call in, and some people don't. I feel like they don't really want to hear anything in response, or they're not. They want to just stay stuck and not process some steps in real time with the chat and me that might help them make better habits tomorrow. And it's a hard balance, because like other people are calling in, and I don't want to hold up the lines, and so it's a tight rope we have to walk here. But I'm glad to hear that you're thinking about this seriously. It does seem like, to be very clear, I can tell you're open-minded. I can tell you're aware you're in some bad circles of influence. And the good news is you're graduating. So a lot of this scenery is going to change for you soon. Soon you're going to have different problems. Your life is about to be much different. You're about to have a lot more control over who you see, because you're not just going to be going to school every day. You're going to have to, a lot of people, when they graduate high school, go through this 3 to 4 to 5 year period of kind of a bout of loneliness, where they're realizing they're now responsible for their social circle and who's in it. They got to build their own tribe, and it's kind of a daunting thing everybody has to learn to do. But in your case, I think it's a really positive opportunity. You've got this chance to build an uplifting, positive tribe around you, to build a good group of people that are going to be good influences. And I would say, I would just be so relieved to hear another call from you in the future saying that you've done that work, and that you and that you've who knows, maybe some of your old friends come with you. Maybe they come with you, and you're like, hey, actually, yeah, we're gonna do that too. That sounds good. Maybe you're the gatekeeper. Maybe you're the trendsetter. Maybe people get inspired when they hear why you're turning over this new leaf for your own mental health. I mean, it's so funny to me, because everybody cares about mental health. It's like this buzzword now, like, and it's such a good thing that it's a buzzword now. But like, everybody who doesn't care about mental health these days, and yet there's so many kids destroying their mental health with this stuff. it makes no sense. So again, to put it on a positive note, I don't want to end on a bad note, but
I can actually end it on a really positive note because there's
Good.
something
Take it away.
I forgot to tell you. But I did mention before I am moving soon towards the end of summer. I believe it's now the end of July, and I sent the place I am moving and the job I want to get. They are a big company, and they do drug tests all the time, and I don't want to have any bad water with this company. So I already said to myself and to my roommates where I'm moving that I am going to 100% stop all drug use whenever I move up there.
Good.
And that's something that, like, I prefer this job more than anything else. So.
Great. Well, I'm glad to hear. I hear a different side of you when you're talking about this new adventure you're about to go on. That gives me hope that you will channel that into some positive new steps. I'm good for you. I think that's great. And a new town, you'll have to meet new people, and you can be very intentional about who those people are. And you can maybe use it as an opportunity to just tell people right out of the gate, like, hey, I'm sober. I'm intending on being sober until I'm older, and I don't want to be around it. And then you're not dealing with old friendship roots. It's like it might seem insensitive to tell your friend, like, hey, your friend of 5 years, hey, I don't want to hang out with you anymore because every time we hang out, we smoke weed. Like, that could be a really hard relationship to figure out how to navigate. But since you're moving, you've got a clean slate coming up, so don't take that for granted would be what I would say.
I'm completely changing my life when I move because, like, rent is expensive where I'm moving, especially in the market today. So I'm cutting back on almost everything.
Great. Excellent. Well, best wishes to you, my friend. I'm glad to hear more of your story, and I am sad to hear about the abuse and the accusations. I appreciate you sharing about your experience with cancer and being so candid and open to discussing the drug stuff. I do think that's like it's such a big problem in my view. So I'm glad you were, I'm glad you could hear that I wasn't railing you, because I truly wasn't. I'm not offended or anything like that. But yeah, it was a good conversation. Thanks for calling and sharing, and hoping for a positive update from you in the future.
I'll probably call in a week or two to finish the story.
All right. Well, if it involves drugs and bad experiences, you're going to get toasted.
Actually, no more drug stories, really.
Man, you were full of stories. You should write a book. We've got
I'm planning on writing a screenplay.
You should do that. Not to be rude, but I do, since you're a second-time caller and we just spent another 45 minutes, I do want to spend this last 20 minutes of the stream to give other people a chance to call in. But yeah.
100%. No, I understand that.
But thanks for calling and sharing. Take care of yourself. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good night. All right, guys. Probably have time for one or two more callers, depending on what happens. Lines are opening. Hi, thanks for calling.
Hey, oh snap. I can't believe I got through to you. Here, let me mute this real quick.
Thank you.
Hey, oh snap. There we go. There's the feedback. Where's mute? Alright, whatever. Just shut off the TV. Anyway, so I've got a heck of a doozy for you.
Okay.
I was sexually assaulted by my older brother when I was younger, and then my two younger sisters were as well.
My goodness.
Man, you're probably like the 10th person that I've really talked to this about. But I think this all happened when I was probably like I don't even know, 4, 5, maybe 6. but it's kind of affected me throughout my whole life. You know, I've been with my gal for probably 10.5 years, and you know, my sexual abuse from my older brother has, you know, swayed me into going against her, and you know, I cheated on her a handful of times with some guys, and I feel like that might have been, you know, some kind of shit from when I was younger. I don't. Is it okay if I swear on that?
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Okay.
I've dropped a couple bombs myself tonight. We should have a bomb on the soundboard. I'm going to get that coming next. A bomb sound.
The bomb sound.
Sorry, but carry on. I am listening.
Do you mind if I try and put you in my ear with my Bluetooth here?
Sure, go for it. I'm coming right back to you. I'll give you about 10 seconds.
So, you know, it's yeah. I've tried to go into therapy about, you know, to try and deal with
Are you with me?
all this. Yes, I am.
All right. Are we ready?
Sure am.
Okay. So
if you can hear me all right.
So to recap, you were I can hear you. You were sexually assaulted by your older brother. You have not been able to open up to many people about this. It seems like maybe
not really.
Seems like maybe a difficult situation because I believe you mentioned you've been in a relationship for about 10 years with your girlfriend. It sounds like, but it sounds like you also there was some infidelity with your girlfriend where you cheated with some males. But was it with the same? Were you with the same girl you were with now?
Yeah, we're like sort of together. We're taking it slow. You know, okay. I went out of state for a while, and while I was out of state, she moved in with her sister. And so when I came back to state, I was in my apartment alone, and then just yesterday, my cat of 10 years, who, you know, like, me and my gal, we watched this set of 4 cats come into life, and then last October, one of the cats died. His name was, I'm not going to give names.
Yeah, no names. Not even animals. Ruthless.
Yeah. Anyway, his brother died last October, and then
I'm sorry.
My cat, who's been my little baby, he died yesterday, and dropped him off to the cremation. But anyway, I you know, have a hell of a history with this gal, and I've cheated on her a handful of times with males, and I feel like all of that kind of ties back into the sexual abuse that I got from my brother. And then, you know, like way back when it happened, it came out that he had abused my younger sisters, and I never spoke up. You know, I never said, hey, I was too, or anything like that. And I kind of feel like it was, you know, swept under the rug. And now, like, I kind of feel like my older brother, I don't know if he's like completely denied it to himself or repressed it or what, but I can definitely, you know, recall, you know, 2 or 3 times when things happened, and it you know, oh man, he couple of years back, you know, he had to register up until he was, I think, 25 or something like that. And after he was done having to register, he fucked up again. And there was a coworker that found a little burner phone that he had, and had some, you know, pictures or whatnot. Now he has to register for the rest of his life. And so that's the whole shit about, my quote unquote extreme experience. Like, I mean, I can definitely touch up on it again, but so
Is your brother?
abused when I was younger, and then in my teen years, early 20s, got with this gal and was with her for, I don't know, I'd say 5 years before I started stepping out on her, and still struggling with that. That's why she didn't want to live with me anymore when I came back to state, and she she man,
How old are you?
it I am in my 30s. She's in her late 20s. We have a kid together.
Oh wow.
We were pregnant, had a miscarriage, and that, really brought us back together. And then when my daughter was born, things were great and all this and that. And like, I am the asshole in the whole situation, because like I could have made better choices, but I never really did. Um, and I'm struggling to continue making the right choices, like we're not living together now, which sucks, and especially with little cat dying yesterday, he's older than my kid, so
Right.
and I don't know.
Sounds like you're really lonely.
Pet's family,
Right.
So,
Totally. Pet's family. Sounds like It sounds like you feel really lonely, is what I'd say.
yeah, and so last night I stayed over at her place, and that was great. Helped me keep my mind off stuff, but now I'm back in my place.
So you stayed with your wife last night. So she's not totally closing the door on you. Is that right?
Yeah, no, she's not. She wants me to, work on my bad habits and get into therapy and all that. And that's like, I've watched you on these anonymous live, and I honestly, like, this is god dang amazing that you were doing this, because like I've gone to therapy once, and at the time I was not with my gal, and I was involved with an old high school flame, and at the time I was totally like, I don't care anymore. I don't really love you. I never really did, and all this and that. And then when I was with this gal, she, had a very her life was in shambles, and so I kind of slipped into that whole mentality of like, oh, I can fix this. I can help you out. I can, get you on the right track. Cause she'd, do Xanax and all that other garbage. I don't, man, I've got so many relatable stuff to other callers. It's crazy. It's humbling. It makes me know that, I'm not the only one that has a tough time with shit.
Right. Well.
But so anyway, I went to therapy.
Okay.
And I was doing all that while, sparking up this old flame and hashing stuff out with my lady. And I originally went to therapy to talk about my abuse with my brother. And we touched up on it maybe the first 2 times, and then any other time she would sort of let me take the lead in the conversation. And it would always, route back to my current issue at hand, which was with my gal and my old flame. And there was one day when she asked, like, why, if only you could just date them both at the same time, you know. And that was like 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago now. And ever since then, I've just been like, man, therapists are, you know, kind of just out for your money.
Well,
which I know is not always the case at all.
It sounds like you got a really bad experience in therapy. You said you went one
Yeah,
time,
no,
is that right?
I'm sorry. There's a bit of a lag. If I hear you talk, I'll pause.
Sorry, I'm not trying to talk over you, but I have been trying to figure out for a while. I believe I've been trying to figure out for a while some clarity on what your therapy experience actually is. I vaguely remember you. I think I remember you saying you went to therapy one time. Is that right?
Well, so yeah, I was going to a therapist, and it was probably around the 7th session that I had with her
Okay.
that I had started talking about my current relationship issues, and she posed the question, you know, because I love my gal, and I was also still, you know, for whatever reason, I was infatuated with an old friend from high school.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was talking to the therapist about it, she posed a question of, oh, if only you could just date them both at the same time. And that just didn't really jive with what I thought a therapist should talk about, you know. And I only had one other session after that because, yeah, the session after, she wanted to touch up on my current tumultuous relationship, which was dumb. You know, so I have not. I went to therapy for you know, it was like maybe 2.5 months, and nothing really came of it. Like, I wanted to go there to talk about, you know, the thing that I really think is the root of the problem in my life right now. You know, because, like, you know, we were pregnant and we had a miscarriage, and then she was thinking that she can't have kids, and that was pretty tough. But then out of nowhere, here comes my daughter, and things were great. And then my stupid mind, you know, just started to loop back to all this other shit. And, like, you know, the only reason why I really say that I think my infidelity is attributed to my abuse is because it, you know, brought out that kind of thing
Right.
in me, I guess.
Well,
and I've been juggling in my mind for the past like 5 years whether or not to have a sit down with my brother and, you know, ask him, like, hey man, do you remember this stuff happening or what? And you know, I went to a goddamn therapist to try and figure out the best way to do that, and stuff just didn't work out. So, you know, a few weeks ago when I saw you were doing this, I was like, oh man, might be a chance to talk to somebody anonymously, you know, get some dang advice or something.
I can tell that you are feeling safe in this anonymity. I mean, you're tearing up. I imagine this is really hard stuff to talk about.
Yeah, no, this is probably like the 5th time that I've tried to call, and every time I'm like, you know, prep myself, like, this is what you want to hit on. These are the points.
Right.
And
like,
if
I can interject
heard
something
your voice
there,
and not the
if
recording, I just fell to pieces.
If I can interject something there for the chat, this is and to all the viewers, what our friend on the phone just said is exactly why I will probably be too ruthless sometimes with callers. It's a large reason why the very first episode I was so ruthlessly hanging up on everyone, and I never want to relive episode 1. That was a horrible experience for me. But the point is, This is why I'm always reminding callers, if you don't have something real that you, and I'm not trying to discourage anyone from calling, because I do want this to be a safe place to call in, but as our friend just said, he's been trying to call in for a long time and he can't get through. So this is why sometimes I struggle with calls that, because I don't want just people to, I don't want to weigh people's problems, but my heart does break when I hear people say what you just said to you, the caller. When I want this to be a place where people like you can. This space is ultimately for stories like yours. I mean, you got a real story here, and so I'm apologizing in advance for all the times I will hang up on the wrong person or toast the wrong person or not give the right. I'm trying to find callers that really need to talk. That, like you said, you don't have people you can talk to about this. So I just wanted to interject that. I know it's not on topic for you, but I want to make that clear.
It totally is.
I want to make that clear for the benefit of other people who may be not able to get through. So there's that. You mentioned that your therapist, you stopped seeing her because she ultimately wasn't helpful. She made some remarks like, she made some insensitive remarks. A good therapist is a good therapist because they have a code of ethics. It doesn't sound like your therapist it doesn't sound like they at least had a very good code of ethics. A good therapist will tell you no to certain things. They will, they know how to restrain themselves. They know when to joke and when not to joke, and they know how to restrain themselves from making suggestions like the one she made to you in saying, wouldn't it be great if you could just date both of them? That was not what you needed to hear in that moment. And I'm really sorry you had that experience. Right. I'm saying this because your journey probably will take a lot more unpacking. You're not going to get to the bottom of this journey on a phone call. I'm really glad you're calling in and using this space the way you are, because I do think there is some utility for anonymity, and I think there's utility for this place. But it's not therapy. You're on a journey. You're on a much longer journey than a phone call here. And and you know that. But I'm trying to encourage you that therapy. There are good therapists out there. Not all therapists are out there to take your money. A good therapist has a code of ethics, and I've had one of my favorite therapists I ever had. I once asked them, I liked them so much, I asked them one time after seeing them for about a year and a half, I had a sketch where I wanted, that I was going to shoot a sketch and I wanted them to be in the sketch. And they emailed me back and said, they were actually kind of impolite, but it was respectful. It was just very direct. They said, this would be in violation of my code of ethics. No, thank you for thinking of me. No, I appreciate the gesture. Just simply, this would be a violation of my code of ethics to act in a video with you. And like a good therapist will tell you things like they'll be that ruthless with you because that's what you're paying them to do. You're not paying them to joke around with you. You're not paying with them to make suggestive remarks about opening up your marriage. Like if they don't know that's something you guys are both okay with, like that's ridiculous. Like I'm empathizing with you that you had a really horrible experience, because I hope that didn't deter you from finding a good therapist, because you can find one. They are out there. There's many of them, but there's many more bad ones. It can be hard. And I'm not preaching at you. I just would love to hear that you're not going to give up on therapy, because I do think you've got a lot of unpacking to do here from your childhood. I would imagine that there was a lot of curiosity after you got married, and especially after you had a kid. Parenthood changes people. I've got 3 kids. I know how that changes a marriage. And I imagine that because of the experiences between you and your brother, that there was some curiosity. And you said earlier that you're the real asshole in this equation, not your wife. And I appreciate that level of I think it was a nice gesture for you to suggest that. But you can't forget that you were a victim of something really horrible. And what happened to you when you were a kid is really unfortunate, because these things create things like sexual assault and pedophilia. These things are viruses that are really hard to know how to deal with on a regulatory level or a law enforcement kind of level. It's really difficult to know, often because people don't talk about it, and also because it's this virus. Like it often these things do come into our adult lives with us and pop up when we least expect them. And so I'm trying to help you realize that what I hear with fresh ears on this story is not that you're an asshole. You were also the victim of some things that are still weighing on you that you have no closure on. You have no closure on that story with your brother. That's heavy.
Well, yeah, and what sucks about it is like my older brother, like he's not just my brother, like he was my father figure through my adolescence, like my humor, the music that I like, some of the things that I do are because of him. Like he's one of my best friends, and also one of the people that have fucking hurt me the worst. Like him and I, we used to sit and watch your stuff for hours, man. And like even to this day, we're still, like it sucks. I love it. He's my older brother.
Right.
Like ever since I was younger. Like my mom, when she was a kid, she was 16 or something like that. She went to her mom's work. She worked at a restaurant, and she's like, "Hey, I'm gonna go do this. I'll see you later." And her mom was like, "Hey, don't leave without saying I love you." And later that day, my grandmother had a heart attack and crashed into a tree and died. And so, like, ever since I was a little boy, it's been engraved in me, like, family is family. You love them no matter what. And like I do. I love my brother to pieces, but god damn, he's just an idiot, especially within the last 3 years. That he was done. He's in his late 30s, going on his 40s, and he was done having to register as a sex offender, and now he has to until the day that he dies. And he's got 2 kids, and like his kids, when they're older, they're gonna have to come to terms with the fact that their father is a registered sex offender.
Right.
That sucks. And I don't, like last weekend he was having problems with his girlfriend. They both have just rage issues or whatever, and I can't, Can you hear me? My Bluetooth just died on me.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening.
Yeah, no, that's totally cool. So I've wanted to address this with him for years because I feel like whatever issues I have with my own infidelity and all that shit is based off of shit with him, and I don't not necessarily know how to breach that subject with him, like, and like this, bringing related to your last caller. He's 17 and whatever, and he's dabbled in drugs. I started smoking weed when I was probably like, I don't know, 11 or 12 years old, and it was with my older brother and his friends and my older sister, and we're up by the mall. Then one of his friends, who is through extension like an older brother, helped me take my first hit or whatever, and I've been pretty dang dependent on marijuana ever since then. And like I've tried to quit, and I'm just I'm a big old brute. Like I've got anger issues if I don't, kind of level myself out with weed. I mean, I've cut back, definitely. I'm not smoking through an ounce in a week anymore, but like it's still like, fuck, yesterday when my cat died, I didn't want to do anything else except just sort of, get my mind off of it and
Right.
smoke some jazz cabbage and, not think about it at all.
Right.
But I know that I have a problem with smoking weed, and my gal, that's another issue that
Can I interject something there for the sake of? Can I interject something there for the sake of the younger listeners? This is again to the younger listeners. Just to be very clear, this caller is in his 30s, and he mentioned he started smoking weed when he was 11. And just to be very clear, I mean, you sound like I know your point of your story. You, the caller, the point of bringing this up is to say that you're identifying with the last caller, and I guess you're trying to kind of double down on that it can become a clutch, it can become a dependency, and be careful with it. But just to be very clear, like, you also sound, I'm trying to be sensitive because I hear you're expressing a conviction or a concern. And also, I want to echo back to you that I'm sure you got your problems. I'm sure everybody has problems. But also, you sound like a very reflective person, a very aware person, a very conscious person, and you're in your 30s. And so I guess I'd say you kind of got lucky. And so the thing I wanted to interject with is that when we were 11, I don't know how far into your 30s you are. I'm guessing we're around the same age. But when you and I were 11, that cannabis was not nearly as potent as the stuff that's around today. It was
no, not nearly,
not even half as potent. It was like it would maybe a quarter as potent. I think there's studies on that people can look up. But the point is that the stuff that's around today for kids is much more dangerous and potent than what was around when you and I were 11. Just to be very clear. Now, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Definitely.
Carry on. I'm sorry.
No, not at all. And like,
for the safety of young listeners,
like the whole dab pens.
Right.
Like, in the last 5 years, there's been, counterfeit cartridges that are put out, and there's,
That's right.
the vitamin E acetate, makes you get popcorn lung and this and that, and it's just all kind of sketchy stuff, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I definitely, I wish that I would have waited at least another 5 years before I would have started smoking, because, I started at the end of middle school, and like all throughout high school, like 10th grade, I took a break because my girlfriend at the time didn't like me smoking weed. So I quit. And then when her and I started falling out, I was like, well, I'm going to do what I want, and I'm going to get as high as I want. And I did. And then the last 3 years of my high school career, I graduated in the bottom 20% of my class. And I'm, like you said, I sound like an aware person. I am, I'm a decently smart guy. It's just I don't have any application to it. Like I'm aware of my problems, but I have not yet been able to fucking get it in control, and that sucks.
Well, again, I want to bring it back to the fact that you have no closure with your brother, and it makes me question if your brother has closure. You're talking about a really, with things like, you mentioned you were about 4 years old when your brother sexually assaulted you, and I'm assuming your brother's not that much older than you, so he was a kid too, I assume. Is that right? He was a kid?
Yeah, he was about 5 or 6 years older than me.
Yes,
like
so that doesn't come from nowhere. He doesn't just
what he was doing.
Yeah, that doesn't come from nowhere. Like, it makes me wonder, did something most often, according to the studies, kids that are doing that, like, they learned it somewhere. That's not a natural instinct for a 5 or 6 year old. It's barely a natural instinct for a 13-year-old. So makes me wonder, you mentioned your brother, like, you don't understand why he got clear as a registered sex offender, and then now he had to register again because he got caught doing it in his 30s with 2 kids. So like, it makes me wonder, like, maybe your brother, maybe something happened to him that he hasn't opened up to you about, and I wonder if maybe that's something you guys, you might be able to, it might be at least a gracious entry point into conversation with him, instead of saying, brother, how could you do this? You know, saying like, what is it from your past that I don't know that would help me make more sense of what happened when we were kids? You know, there's certain words you could use to take the pressure off of him so he feels safe. Getting real.
Yeah, I would hope that he would be that honest and open with me, because both my parents, within the last, ever since he has now had to re-register, I've talked to my parents. This is at different times, but neither of them are together, but both of them have presented me with the question of like, oh, I bet it was, my dad says that it was my mother that let this happen to him, and my mom says, I wonder if anything happened when he was with your dad. And it's, I'm just like, this, it's not, like, I don't know. I've always kind of been like the rock, like all of my family, they've come to me with their dang old problems, and it's because I've got, the most, I don't know what you want to call it,
Resilience?
yeah, just I've got a sound mind on things to an extent, but yet I can't, you know, keep myself in check from staying, within my moral boundaries. Like I've, in the past few weeks, like I've thought about, oh, maybe I could just, go on this site or that, or do this and that, and whatever. Because me and my gal, we're not together right now. She's told me that she's not committed, and so then there's always that little voice in the background of my mind that says, well, why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? But then, we're going on, it'd be 11 years in October, but like we're not married. We never were. I proposed to her, and then she found emails of me talking to other people, and she took the proposal. She said yes, but then she found the emails, and I wasn't necessarily, because I was really trying to stay in check and keep my shit within line. But after she found the emails, she didn't want anything to do with it.
Right.
And so now here I am,
but
8 months later.
She also told you, I'm sorry I keep calling her your wife. I didn't realize that bit of information, and I made an assumption because you guys have a kid.
No worries.
No judgment
like,
at all.
We've been together 10 years, that's domestic partnership
right.
or whatever.
Right.
We're basically married.
John Lennon, Yoko Ono. Very progressive, actually. But, my point is that I do remember you saying she mentioned she wants you to get your stuff together. Seems like that's the kind of thing somebody says when they have hope. I know it's probably hard to hear her say she's not committed right now and to see she's sleeping somewhere else. But you did also mention you stayed with her last night. How was that? Did it give you hope staying with her last night? Did it feel hopeful?
Oh, yeah, no, like relationship terms, like me and her, I know that if I can keep myself in line, if I can, suppress, and not suppress, but if I can direct and, control my urges, and that shit. And I'm not stepping out on her. That her and I have a good chance. Like the last night was not the first night that I've stayed with her since being back in state.
That sounds hopeful.
And last night, you know, it felt great because, you know, we both of us, like we pulled up to my house last night to check on my cat, and he was, you know, in the bathroom, non-responsive. And I was planning on going out to my dad's, and so we took him with us. And then, you know, later in the day, we're like, oh man, maybe we should just go have him put down. And then 30 minutes later, he passed. And this is her and I's little baby. You know, we, like, this cat, when he was born, he had the umbilical cord wrapped around his foot. And I had to clip the little cord around him to save his goddamn foot, because it was all swole up from, you know, blood constriction. And then when he grew up, he had a little white strip around his front paw where his umbilical cord was.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, and you know, he's been a fighter. You know, like he had this fatty liver disease because he was a little bit of a chunker, and then stopped eating after his brother died, and then stress of me leaving, and then her leaving the apartment after that, and then he was put into her brother's apartment, who they don't really keep house at all. And so when I got back in state, he was in, you know, pretty rough shape. But like typically with felines, if they have this fatty liver disease, if they survive past the first 96 hours, they'll survive. And I, you know, had high hopes. And then over this past weekend, I kind of feel like it's my fault that he passed, because like it was literally over the weekend change. Like last Thursday, I got him to eat some, and he was doing good. And then, you know, I stopped over through the weekend, and I gave him more food. And then on Monday, came back, and he was not doing good.
Well, I wanna make sure that you're not being unnecessarily hard on yourself. I keep hearing you say things like, I'm an asshole. It was all this was my fault. It was my fault my cat died. And I want to make sure that there's no like negative feedback loop happening that convinces you, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, like convinces you you're the asshole, everything's your fault, and therefore you just keep self-fulfilling it. Like that stuff, people, I'm not saying that's exactly what is happening. You know, I couldn't know that. But you know, I wonder if you feel there could be any truth to that, because again, sorry, I had a sore throat yesterday and I'm still coughing up a couple things. Again, like your story began with something horrific that was not your fault. That was not your fault. And that is something, what happened to you when you were a kid is something I imagine you'll be carrying with you the rest of your life. I imagine you never let something like that go. I imagine that it becomes a part of you and you have to just come to terms with it. And I imagine that, I'm imagining a lot of things here, but I feel there's something to it. And again, I think this is really something that you need to, I think you would really, really benefit from finding a good counselor with a solid code of ethics. Maybe that's your first question to weed out all the bad therapists, so you're not wasting your money, because it can be expensive finding a therapist that's right for you. Maybe your first question to your next therapist candidate is, I need to know about your code of ethics, because I've had some therapists in the past say some unhelpful things. I'm going through a lot. I've been through things people don't understand. I need to know your code of ethics so that I don't waste a bunch of time in here and then have to start all over with someone else. And that's a question that you'll get respect for asking that question. A good therapist, a solid therapist, is going to respect you more and give you better treatment for asking a question like that, because they're going to know this guy's in here to do some real work. They want to dig deep. I'm probably going to learn how to deal with some unique cases. They're going to get like, you know, they're going to get new experience with a story like yours. You know, not everybody is qualified to handle a story like yours. I'm certainly not, which is why I'm trying to be very careful that I'm not steering you or you asked for advice calling in. I feel like it would be against my code of ethics to give you explicit advice here, aside from just spitballing with you a little bit on things like I'm hearing about your this negative feedback loop that everything's your fault. Like, it's not your fault your cat died. It's not your fault you were molested when you were a kid.
Well, okay. So, one of the main reasons why I've been interested in calling into this anonymous line is because, like, man, you've been one of my friends ever since Techno Jeep came up, and so, like, I'm not calling necessarily for advice. I'm, just calling to talk to a friend. And, like, I got
that's what this
the feed up on my TV, and I'm, like, reading, commenters here and there, and like there's stuff that they say that I want to touch up on, but then like we just move on to something else.
Mm-hmm.
And like I know it's not my fault that my cat died, but my gal really feels like it's her fault that he died, because when I was out of state and she moved in with her sister, he stayed in my apartment for about a month. And then after being alone in this apartment for a month, he went to another apartment, which was trashed. Honestly, it was these guys don't know how to keep house. They had a dog. They don't have the dog anymore. I don't know why. Like, I've already cleaned out a dead cat from this kid's house,
right,
2.5 years ago. So I was like a little wary of my cat going to his house, but it's like, okay, well, I'm not there, so I guess that's the next best thing.
Mm-hmm.
But just, yesterday she like broke down when we were in the car because she thinks that her leaving him alone is the nail in the coffin, which is not the case. And I know it's not my fault that he died either. Like, I feel like I could have done more for him. I feel like the past 3 weeks I could have said, you know what? No, I'm not gonna, go to this fire tonight. I'm not gonna go out to bars with friends. I should stay home, take care of my cat. I didn't, and now he's gone.
I understand.
That
yeah.
sucks. Yeah, it really fucking does. But in the same breath, like, less 8 months ago, his brother died. He started declining, and like now, I'm glad that he's not in such a rough state, and I'm glad that he's not hurting.
Right.
But it really really sucks being alone in this apartment right now.
Yeah, I hear that.
Not this time last year, my daughter would have been sleeping in my living room, and I'd be able to walk into this room and have her sleeping there. But it's not the case anymore, and I know that I gotta make do with what I got, and this and that. And in terms of like therapist, I've definitely, I've mulled around the idea of doing a BetterHelp or whatever else internet therapy options there are, because my experience with a local therapist, it wasn't all that great.
Yeah. Well, that will make you more discerning moving forward. You'll know. That's why I was trying to give you some ideas on some ammo for, your first email to a new therapist, so that it's so exhausting. Going and trying to establish a new relationship. You're digging deep. You're telling these people your most intimate aspects of your life, and then if it's not a good fit after like 3 or 4 sessions, you got to start all the way over again at the beginning, and you got to do that. It's exhausting. So I'm trying to, I just would feel really bad if this call ended and I didn't feel like you called in for a reason, and we can't, I can't fix anybody. The chat and I together can't fix anybody. That's not what we're here to do. But I would feel really bad if you left this call and didn't at least get a couple ideas on maybe some first steps you can make tomorrow towards a good direction. I hear you need closure. I hear you need closure on these things that have happened to you, so that you don't keep blaming yourself for things that are, for sure you're going to do things. Everybody's going to do things in life they have to own and make up for. And there's going to be things that aren't our fault that other people will have to make up to us for. And you have not gotten that latter thing from your brother. You've not had closure with that story with your brother. And, maybe
right.
maybe you don't ever get it. Maybe he'll never go there with you. But maybe my point from earlier is that maybe there are certain words, certain arrangements of words you can use to access a very productive conversation with your brother that's accusation-free, neutral, open, honest, vulnerable. For example, there's a book I recommended to a caller a couple streams ago called Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss, one of my favorite books. It's a book about negotiation. This is just one example from that book. Chris Voss talks about if you're in a high-stakes conversation, never use the word why, because why implies accusation. He says if you ever feel compelled in a high-stakes conversation to say why, find a way to change it into a what was it that caused, because it's less personal. It takes the weight off of the person and causes the person to realize you're asking about, you're not asking why did you do this, you're saying what was it that caused this to happen. Again, this is just one simple example. I'm not going to read the whole book to you, of course, but that book is amazing. It does a great job. It's helped me. It's a book about negotiation, but it's helpful in every conversation I've had. It's an invaluable book. It may be a good book for you to just check out. It's not a book about healing from abuse. It's not a book about recovering from infidelity in your relationship. It's not a book about any of that stuff. But if you're seeking closure, it might help you to have some tricks that will help you and your brother come closer together and bring closure to something that happened so long ago that you've never been able to talk about. These are difficult things to talk about. And I don't know, I'm just thinking of that book. Would you like me to send you the link for that book?
Yeah, no, if you could post it up in the Discord, I'll definitely check it out. I joined the Discord a couple weeks ago. And I don't want you to get me wrong here. I don't want you to feel any two ways about this call. I'm tickled pink just that I'm able to call in and wholeheartedly, honestly say the shit that I've said, because my brother, he's a compulsive liar. I have lied for no reason in the past. If I gotta be brutally honest, I honestly feel like I have psychopathic tendencies just because of the way that I have been able to emotionally detract myself from doing what I have done to the other, to my significant other. Because I like I said, in the past few weeks, I've thought about reaching out and trying to hook up, and I don't feel any two ways about it. Yesterday, when my dang old cat was sitting there struggling to breathe, I thought to myself, man, maybe I should just suffocate him and put him, help him move on. And then, thankfully, we went in to have some pizza with the family, and 10 minutes later we went out and he was gone. But I feel, I don't feel like it's my fault that he died. I don't want my gal to feel like it's her fault that he died either. Like it's because I know that it's a part of life. You know, sometimes it's just time for that life to end, and that sucks. But it's a part of life, you know. And I feel like we walked into my apartment, found him in the bathroom, laying on the ground, non-responsive, and us taking him out to my dad's house and hanging out with him for those last 6 hours. You know, like he was holding on for us because as soon as we walked away, and like I was with him every minute after we found him in the apartment. I was near him at least up until I was like, okay, let's set him outside in the sun, and then we went inside, and it was no more than 10 or 15 minutes. We came back and he was gone. You know, so he was in my mind, he was holding on while we were holding on, because his brother, the cat who died, 8 months earlier, like he and my lady, we were having some stupid arguments that I can't even remember what it was, but my daughter was the one that found the cat in the corner. And, that was rough, dealing with a 8-year-old girl trying to cope with death of an animal that she has known since she has been born,
I hear all that, but I want to make sure that you're not, again, being too hard on yourself. You told me a second ago you fear that you have psychopathic tendencies, and I'm not sure if by that you meant you think you're a psychopath. Is that what you meant to imply?
I meant,
because I don't hear that. I don't hear that at all. You would not be here crying.
I don't think. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
You're expressing. I'm just batting for you at your own defense here. Like, psychopaths don't do what you're doing here on this call. They don't. First, I'll say everybody has psychopathic tendencies. If you're a psychopath, it's a disorder. I mean, everybody has to survive. Everybody has to be a little bit selfish. If you're not a little bit, if you don't care about yourself a little bit, you're gonna not take care of yourself. A little bit of. So everybody has these narcissistic tendencies, but it's the psychopathy is the disorder. That's why most of them they end in a D, because it's a disorder. It's like it's all they can do. It's like self-centeredness at maximum, ad nauseum. So I'm just trying to comfort you that, like, again, like, I can't diagnose people. That's not what I do. But like, if you want to, there's again, you could get those answers in therapy if it's something you're really concerned about. But I don't feel like that's. I don't get that impression from you. And I've known a lot of narcissists. I've been really close with narcissists of all types. I've been really close with a lot of people with BPD, and other types, antisocial disorder, and all these, there's a million of them. Not really a million. But the point is that, like, all these people have something in common, and one of the main traits they all share is that they can't feel remorse for their actions. They can't feel bad when they do something bad. That's why they just keep doing it. And you're sitting here crying, and yeah, you've made some mistakes. You've made sounds like you cheated a few times in your marriage, but it happens. And you're not giving yourself the credit of the fact of your childhood story. Your childhood trauma is unresolved. It was with your brother. That story loop is not closed. You've had no closure. You've made some mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. But psychopaths don't cry when they make mistakes. They don't cry and wonder what they've done wrong. They think everybody else has done something wrong to them. I'm the one telling you that you've had people doing something wrong to you. And I'm not saying everybody else is to blame for all your problems either. I'm just saying that I'm trying to reassure you that I don't feel, at the very least, like I'm talking to a psychopath, because I've never heard a psychopath cry when they've done things like you've done. You told me you were walking through your apartment thinking, if I hadn't done this, my daughter would be sleeping right here tonight. Psychopaths don't think that. They don't. That's why they're psychopaths.
I get that. I do. Because I can, like, right now, like the last 3 times that I've like watched your anonymous live streams, it's been when I'm in my apartment and I'm fucking browsing through shit, and I'm like, oh man, I could just tap out.
Oh no, I guess I'm watching this tonight.
Do whatever. Huh?
You're like, oh no, I guess I'm watching this tonight.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I like it's. I
get that reaction a lot.
This is honestly the 5th time that I've tuned in, and I'm like, ooh, maybe I could call in and let all my shit out, and I with the last caller for the last like 10 minutes, I was on the ready with the dial because like, man, it's either got to be now or never.
Right.
And like I'm not trying to write off your advice. That you don't think I'm a psychopath, but like there's just some things that like I would have no qualms with going out to do whatever I was planning on doing. Meanwhile, like I know that I should be staying diligent and trying to build up my relationship back, but it's dang tough because 2 weeks ago she said plain and clear, I'm not committed to you, and then there's that little voice in my head that it's like, oh well, if you're not committed then neither am I. And even before then, like I don't know, I'm not trying to detract.
Well, if I can be blunt, can I be blunt about 2 very specific things there that you just said?
You do it. Go ahead.
It's ultimately for you. But the first thing I would say is that I think it's great that you recognize that those things you're tempted to do are not constructive in your situation. I say that's a growth opportunity. You lean into that and you just keep reminding yourself of that. Now, and then I'll say the second thing. This is the most blunt part. Your wife, in all honesty, sounds to me like, and I'm not railing you here, but it sounds like she has every reason to say she's not committed. The fact that she let you spend the night with her last night and that it wasn't the first time, that gives me hope. I would love to see that you guys work this out and get back together. You have kids, that's messy. You don't want to be apart with kids. That's hard. For anyone. I've got 3 and I'm divorced, and I'm telling you, like, it's difficult, and it sounds like you already know a good chunk of that because you've been separated from your partner, so your gal, as you've been calling her. But there's a silver lining here. What I hear when your wife says from the very, we've only been talking for about an hour, so I've got some pretty good.
You've already been talking an hour?
Yeah. So I've got some good detail, but I don't know the whole picture. I only know what you've told me. But what I'm hearing is that, like, yeah, your wife sounds like she's got every reason to say she's not committed, but you don't. This is your opportunity to prove yourself. And if you mess that up, that's probably your last chance with her. If you really care about being with her, my advice would be to use that growth opportunity and lean into your the better voice in your head, the better part of your conscience that's telling you, hey, I know you don't really think there's anything morally wrong with it, but I really care about my wife. If you care about her. Now, if it's a broken relationship, if it's better for you guys to be apart, that's a whole different can of worms that we haven't talked about. But it sounds like you really care about her. And so I would say your wife has every reason to say that, and you don't, because you've already done that. You cheated a few times. Don't beat yourself up about that. Your wife clearly cares. I keep calling her your wife. I'm sorry, my friend. She cares about you.
Essentially is.
She cares about you, or she wouldn't be doing these things. She wouldn't be seeing you at all. This is your opportunity. This is your one last chance, it sounds like, to restore things. And I believe you can do it. But it's probably going to take some help with a therapist. It's probably going to take, and it's not that I think, just to be very clear, because sometimes when I say recommend therapy in the chat, I think people get really like I think I know or something. It's not that I think therapy is like a magic bullet or like this magic trick. It's like you just go to therapy and like poof, you're better. That's not it. It's like, no, people go through things that are really hard and take a long time to process. And that takes a concerted effort for a long period of time, often, especially with cases like yours. So when I'm saying go to therapy, I'm not saying just like, yeah, just go to therapy, you'll figure it out. I'm saying like you need to, sounds like you really need to invest some time in getting to the bottom of some things and finding closure with certain people and with your partner in particular, restoring some trust.
Right. Yeah, no, I've definitely betrayed her trust, and I've hashed out probably a dozen times on how to approach my brother about this situation, and essentially, or especially ever since being out of state, I was staying with my dad, and he was the last of the parent to say, oh, it was the other one that let this happen to him. And I was like, well, it's not my mom's fault. It's not my dad's fault either. It's
Right.
something either ingrained within his genetics, because my grandfather, I guess, he stepped out on. I don't want to play too much into like genetics and all that shit, but I do know that like it is inherent that like my dad, he's always kind of been a womanizer, and my brother very much so is too. Like we'll be hanging out and he'll tell me about this and that and what he would do, and it's like, to me, I'm just like, man, why do you gotta say that? Like, sure,
Right.
Yeah, I have those kind of thoughts towards people too, but you
You've
don't
had
need
it.
to voice it.
You've had that
And I
influence.
don't like, if anybody within my family is a true psychopath, I think it's my brother, which makes it that much worse that I still care for him,
Mm-hmm.
but he's my brother. Like I grew up with my parents not being together. I'd go out to visit my dad, and I lived at my mom's house. And then when my brother was 14, he was put into foster care because he was, uh, sexual, whatever it is. But so like up until like he was 14 and he was sent off to foster care, or not, he was a juvenile detention, and like I still have this fucking clay lion that he made for me, and I still have this drawing of a futuristic car that he drew for me. Like he's my older brother, but he's also one of the people that have done the most detrimental thing to me.
Right.
And I don't know. Like how you were saying earlier, how I should approach him with like, hey, what has happened to you? Like how do I even open up that conversation of like, hey man, I've got this past childhood trauma and it's from you. Tell me about yours. I'm
Well,
not good with that.
I've not been in your
I can't
situation.
do that.
I've not been in your situation, but my idea would be that you start not by diving right in. I think maybe this doesn't work. I'm guessing. I'm shooting from the hip here. My guess would be that you start by shoot him a text and say, "Can I buy you dinner? Want to catch up with you and I want to talk. Can I buy you dinner?" Take the financial burden off of him of the dinner and go give him send the gesture to him that you want to buy him dinner somewhere, wherever he wants. Tell him he'll take him wherever he wants, and tell him you want a few hours. I think it'd be good for us to catch up, and I want to buy you dinner. Pick anywhere you want and carve out a couple hours. And will you do that? Maybe put it in a question. Don't make it a demand. My suggestion would be end it on a question so he feels like he has some agency in the equation. And then when you get him there, he's going to know you want to talk about something. But you've already taken the pressure off by, giving him the option and giving him control of where you meet and and paying for the meal. And then, there will come a point, you don't dive right into a conversation like that. I've had a lot of hard conversations in my life, so I do know that much. Like, you don't just sit down and before you order the meal, you just start talking about it right away. It's going to take some time to get into it, of course. But, I think once you're there, once you've had you've exchanged some pleasantries, you've caught up just a little bit. And, I would begin by expressing how much remorse you have, that I would take some ownership of some things, to take the pressure off of him. I would take ownership of some small things. Like, I have remorse that I've not been around as much, or I've not been in your life. I've not kept up with you, or whatever the words are. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but something like that, just to begin with that. That's the first meaty thing you say. And then say, the older I get, the more I want us to have a good relationship. We've had a rocky relationship. I don't judge you. I don't resent you. Things like this. Again, I'm not putting words in your mouth. These are just ideas. You take them and run with them and say whatever you think is right. But I'm just giving you asked for ideas. These are just ideas. I want to have a better relationship with you. We're getting older. We got kids. And I know I don't judge you, but I want to. I just want to let you know that I know there's a lot of confusion between us, and I would like to spend the rest of the time tonight just clearing that up and airing stuff out, and just, again, letting you know this is a safe place. I want to get to the bottom of things. I'm not here to point fingers. I'm here to firstly apologize that I've not done this sooner, and I've not been more present, and that I want to open the floor to you to share anything that you want, and I'll hear it without judgment. And my goal here, my intent for getting together with you, is to heal together, and to grow as brothers, and not do any more of this game of hide and seek. And then just see what happens after that. And maybe go in with some notes. Don't take notes in on paper, but make some notes that you memorize, some bullet points, make some topic bullet points that you memorize a little bit or get familiar with, so that when the real meat of the conversation happens, you have 2 or 3 things you want to cover. And then just roll into it.
Right. And I there's been a few times when I've felt like, oh man, this is an opportunity. Like, there was maybe three years ago, we were all hanging out at, primarily it's like me and my ladies friend group. We're at their house, and oh man, so I cheated on my gal with my best friend's sister, which really threw a wrench in our, we've got 5 couples that are within a friend group. We've all known each other for how many years, and I messed around with one of my best friend's sisters, and it was years ago. My brother was hanging around, and he is, I love my brother, but he's a big old creep, and he was being real creepy towards my best friend's sister. And towards the end of the night, he was like, oh yeah, we're just a different breed, just ask this guy. And that was really the first time within a social environment that I've been like, God, are you sure you know what you're really talking about there, guy? Or are you just, expressing your own lust towards this? I don't even know. But I tried to touch up on it with him after that moment. This was a few weeks after, and he just, he kind of wrote it off, and that's why I think maybe he has repressed the experiences that he had with me, because when I tried to address it or something like that, it was just he wrote it off and tried to move on to a different subject or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I
But
mean, maybe he has repressed it. I think it's good that you're willing to accept that maybe that's a possibility. Maybe next time it comes up, if you take that idea and you go buy him dinner and try to have a sit down with him for 2 or 3 hours, maybe when it comes to that point, again, try to always use non-accusatory language. Things like maybe the next time you really get there to that one point that you're afraid he's gonna deflect again, you might be able to get more information if you put it in words like, I would begin with a statement, not a question. I would begin a statement that a statement that acknowledges something happened, but doesn't accuse him of anything. Say something like, again, this is like probably hour 2 into the hour and a half, 2 hours into the conversation at this point, but something like, when we were really, really little, certain things happened between us, and I realize now we didn't know any better. We were just kids, and I guess it would really help me to know, as my older brother, what you made of that. What was that to you? And how can we put that to bed so that it doesn't have to come between us anymore? I would say something like that.
right, the only thing that I would have to say against that is that, like, at the time he was, 13, like he was going on 14. Like, you got a pretty clear distinction
But my point
against
is,
what's right and wrong at that time.
but my point
And
is,
like, I understand that very well could lead into, like, his past traumas,
right,
with
that's
his
my
own
point.
life.
Because with things like sexual abuse, especially at such a young age, that's why I called it a virus earlier. It really, truly is a virus, because it can reprogram you. I think you are an anomaly that you never molested anybody or did anything. You were never a victim. You never sexually assaulted anybody. At least that you've told us here. I think that's remarkable. I think that you sound like an exception. A lot of people, it sounds like you don't know if something happened to your brother. He was your older brother. And you also mentioned, not only did this happen when he was 5 or 6, it happened when he was in his teens, and then he's still wrestling with it. He's going to be another registered sex offender, or he's now registered again for the rest of his life. And so that even more so leads me to believe that something must have happened, and maybe he doesn't remember. Maybe something happened to him so long ago and he doesn't remember. But I think it's just too strange that we can't. Maybe he's repressed it. We can't always know. But kids don't just start doing things like that. When they're 5 or 6,
Right.
they don't just start doing that. And I wonder if he feels a sense of shame about, maybe, let's assume for a second that he does remember, and he just has never told anybody. Maybe something happened to him when he was 3 or 4 and he vaguely remembers, but he's never told anybody. And that's why every time you press it with him, he just deflects. If that's true, that he does remember and he's not opened up, why would that be? Well, out of a sense of guilt or embarrassment, or like, that's what people say when they finally come clean about things like this. I felt guilty, I felt embarrassed, I felt ashamed. And, that's why I'm encouraging this language with your brother in this conversation that's non-accusatory. It's using what caused there to be statements instead of why did you, you're taking why and you out, and you're replacing it with what was it, and try with your language, with the way you approach him. And again, these aren't all my ideas. I'm kind of arranging them in a particular way, but this is a lot of different. I'm reporting a lot of different people's work simultaneously in concert and saying this. But if you can have that kind of conversation with him where you take all the pressure off of him, reassure him that you don't judge him, you just love him, and you really want you guys to have a better relationship because you're getting older and you're not always going to be here, and your kids are going to grow up together and one day have this earth without you, and you want that to be as good as possible, even with the stuff you've already been through, and that's your goal. Your goal is not to judge him, or because if something did happen to him, and he has felt too guilty to confess it, and then he finally did confess it to you in this moment at this dinner, how much would that change the situation for you? Of course, we don't know until we ask the questions, and so I'm trying my best to. You've asked for ideas, so I'm telling you how I would approach that. I'm trying to figure
Yeah,
out.
no, I totally appreciate it. Like it's been pretty amazing to talk to you, man. Like I said, man, you've been my friend for the last 10 plus years in my mind, and over the last few weeks of like just mulling this over, I'm like, God, should I call in? Should I lay this heavy shit on people? And I've totally, like, everybody in the comment section, man, I appreciate you guys because I'm gonna have to go back and read through everything because I've missed some things.
Yeah,
but
I've also
like
been useless to the chat. I
a
apologize
great community,
on
and
this call.
I am wholeheartedly appreciative that you are doing this.
I'm glad you called
this,
in.
This is amazing.
You are what we do these calls for. We do it for everybody else too, of course. Like, we do it for everybody. Anybody that doesn't get toasted, this show is for you. But especially for story, like it's the stories like yours that I know are out there that inspired this idea. Chat, I do apologize. I got so into this phone call. I so enjoyed this phone call with you. You on the phone, my friend. I don't know your name, obviously. But I do want to highlight one thing that I saw that I didn't get a chance to highlight earlier, and to end on a positive note. This is from Easy Cheesy, one of our mods. And just so the chat knows, I do highlight things from other people in the chat, but our mods have just been on such a stellar game lately. That's why they're mods, I guess. Easy Cheesy says to you, the caller, "You have come so far and overcome so much. Give yourself some credit. It's okay and healthy to acknowledge your progress, even if you still feel discouraged. No win is too small to celebrate." And I'm repeating that to you. I'm highlighting that for you because I sense that you are being, you've been really hard on yourself. And I do feel like I've heard you suggest some things that indicate you are being really hard on yourself. And some of the things, this is complicated because some of the things in your life, you got to do some work. You made some mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. And we got to take ownership of those. But I'm highlighting that for you because I want you to really, I would love to hear that tomorrow you woke up and began to recognize and celebrate the small steps towards this new chapter you're coming into. It sounds like it's going to be a totally new chapter. You've got stuff to resolve with your partner. You've got stuff you want closure with your brother, and this could be the beginning of a whole new chapter. But I do think Easy's right, and that it's going to take being a little less hard on yourself and celebrating some small steps, because it'll be really easy to overlook the small steps. And that's where you're going to be starting. You're going to be starting with small steps. So celebrate those.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, if you don't mind, I'm definitely going to keep trying to, be a return caller or whatever, because I've got plenty of more shit to unfold,
Sure.
But I understand that you want to get to other callers, so we can definitely wrap this up.
Yeah,
but
no,
I'm so ecstatic and thankful that I was able to get the brunt of the weight on my chest out there a little bit. Like I said in the beginning, I was honestly just calling to talk to a friend and have them hear me on some shit, and you've done that, and you've given me good advice. You know, you've given me different outlooks on how to address shit with my brother that honestly nobody else has.
Wow. Amazing to hear.
And that's, you know, I'm thankful for that.
Amazing to hear. I'm so glad you called in and we got to talk. I really did enjoy the conversation. You know, enjoy always feels like a strange word to use on some of these calls, but, you know, I really do enjoy it. I enjoy the vulnerability. These are the kinds of conversations I like. I'm horrible at small talk. This is why, if any of you ever meet me in person, you will join all the other people who've met me and just said, yeah, he's actually really weird in person. Because I'm just simply very bad at small talk. If you ever see me in public, you got to jump in with something like this, and I'm yours for the night. That's how you get me.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, small talk is terrible.
Just skip all the small talk, and we'll have a great conversation, probably. But yeah, anyways, I did enjoy speaking with you. Call again anytime, and I would love to see a positive update from you in the Discord soon.
Definitely.
Well, take care of yourself. Be good to yourself.
Yeah, no, thank you for talking to me, man.
Thank you for talking to me. I appreciate it. Thanks for using this space. Good night.
Good night.
What a beautiful episode. My goodness, what amazing people are out there. This is why episodes like this. I mean, every episode's great, of course, in its own way, but tonight was just like, there were so many firsts, and we had a bunch of repeat callers that had interesting updates, and had a lot of toast, fun toast, had a lot of accidental drum rolls. Had a lot of applause. I think this is the most we've ever used the applause sound. It's also the longest episode. Look at it. It's like an hour over. It's a 4-hour stream. What the hell? This is crazy. I loved every minute of it. Thank you guys for hanging in there. And do not forget, tomorrow we're doing something totally different. Tomorrow I am pranking your friends. I'm prank calling your friends. So if you have not sent me your friends' phone numbers and violated their privacy, please do so. Here is an email address you can violate your friends' privacy with. We're going to be calling your friends tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for about an hour. Short, fun. Yeah, maybe we'll go a little longer. It depends. It'll depend on... I'm already going to be so tired after going so late tonight. But yeah, my goal is to go for around like hour, maybe hour and a half. If you email me here, please just include your friend's name, their phone number, their social security number, and their debit card. No, actually don't do those last two, please. If you could just send their name, this one's real this time. Their name, their phone number. Give me some fun, juicy, nothing too intimate, but give me some juicy, fun, random facts about them that I can use to mess with them a little bit so that they don't just hang up on me right away. Nothing too personal. And then please also, I know this is a lot and it's not on the screen, but if you can remember this, also include the likelihood, the certainty, the level of certainty you have that they will be available to answer when we start the stream at 4 p.m. Eastern. So to recap, name, phone number, some juicy facts that are fun and not too personal, and your confidence that they will answer when I call them. So that we're not just on a stream of calls where, you know, you guys have sent us a bunch of phone numbers where people are at work. That would be the opposite of what we all want, right? So please don't send a phone number if you know they're going to be tied up, in other words. Wunderbar. Thank you guys so much for another great night. Thanks for being there for these callers. And see you guys tomorrow for something totally different. I'm excited. Should be fun. Good night, guys. Sayonara.